on the BBNJ agreement implementation. I am your host, Mara Cepeda, Philippines correspondent for the Straits Times. May we ask everyone to please stand up for the Philippine national anthem to be followed by the national anthem of France. Magiliw, perlas ang silanganan, halab ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pag may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng lumahatid pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Please be seated. Our event for this afternoon is held as part of the Blue Nations, France, and the Philippines Partners for the Oceans Initiative. This year marks a crucial moment for the world's oceans. The BBNJ agreement, also known as the High Seas Treaty, entered into force on January 17, 2026, establishing for the first time a comprehensive and legally binding framework to govern the high seas. Covering nearly two-thirds of the global ocean, these waters are home to extraordinary biodiversity, yet they have long been subject to a fragmented and inadequate governance regime. In this light, we convene today some of our best marine scientists, legal experts, and policymakers to identify practical pathways for regional cooperation in advancing a science-driven and equitable implementation of this landmark agreement. Apart from our speakers, allow me to acknowledge the presence of some of our esteemed guests in today's events. We are joined today by the Ambassador of Germany, Dr. Andreas Michael Paffernovsky, Belgium Ambassador Vladislava Ierdanova, Ambassador Katarzyna Wilowica of Poland, as well as representatives from Slovenia, the United States, and the Netherlands. We are also joined today by government representatives from the Foreign Service Institute, the House of Representatives, and the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. We are also joined today by representatives from the Philippine Coast Guard and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Let's also give a round of applause to representatives from the academe, including the Ateneo de Manila University, the University of the Philippines, Miriam College, and University of Santo Tomas. And of course, we have representatives from different civil society organizations and the private sector, including Major General Restituto Padilla, former spokesperson and Deputy Chief of Staff for Plans of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. All right, to formally open our program, I would like to call on the president of the Strat-Based Institute, Professor Victor Andres Dindo Manhit, to give his remarks. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. 2026 is of particular importance to the Philippines as a maritime nation. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the 2016 Arbitral Award on the South China Sea. While the award is often remembered for invalidating China's baseless 9-line claim and affirming the Philippines' sovereign rights and maritime entitlements in the West Philippine Sea, it also reaffirmed a fundamental principles that states have a responsibility to protect and preserve the marine environment. For trivia purposes, when we celebrated our victory, I think a week after our arbitral award, just a few weeks after, we had an event focused on the environment because we wanted to put focus not limited to defense, asserting our rights, but the environment. The tribunal found that China, through its toleration and protection of and failure to prevent the Chinese fishing vessels engaging in harmful harvesting activities of endangered species, had breached its obligations under UNCLOS, including its obligation to protect and preserve the maritime environment. It also found that China's island building activities had caused devastating and long-lasting damage to the marine environment. These findings made clear that the destruction of coral reefs, the harvesting of endangered marine species, the degradation of fragile ecosystems are clear violations of international law and are unacceptable under a rules-based international order. At the same time, the 2026 is also the year that the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, or BBNJ agreement, entered into force. This agreement further strengthens the international legal framework for the conservation and sustainable use of marine diversity. This is especially important for the Philippines as an archipelagic and mega-diverse country situated at the apex of the Coral Triangle. Our waters are deeply connected with the rest of the world. The health of our national waters is linked to the health of the high seas, in the same way that what happens in the Philippine waters reverberates across the globe. That what happens in the high seas shapes the future of our fisheries, coastal communities, and marine ecosystem. Taken together, the 10th anniversary of the Arbitral Award, the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement send a powerful message. The future of ocean governments must be anchored in law, guided by science-based maritime governance, strengthened by partnership among like-minded states. This afternoon, as my friend Mara welcomes you all, we basically represent all these people. For our scientists who are here, from the different universities, the diplomatic community, to members of the security forces, the challenge before us is implementation. We believe the arbitral award must continue to be defended, and the BBNJ agreement must be translated into concrete action. We believe that the Philippines cannot and should not stand alone. This is the value of having partners such as France. Thank you, Ambassador Fontanelle, for working with us this past 6 conferences and forums on different issues. As an Indo-Pacific resident power, France has been a steadfast partner of the Philippines in advancing rules-based maritime order, protecting marine biodiversity, and promoting cooperation for the sustainable governance of our oceans. To all, Thank you for joining us. And may today's discussion open new pathways for a whole of society cooperation in building a more sustainable and rules-based maritime future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Manhit. Let me add also that we are joined today by representatives from the National Maritime Council and the University of Asia and the Pacific. Let's give them a round of applause as well. Of course, we are honored to have with us the ambassador of the Embassy of France in the Philippines, Her Excellency Marie Fontanelle, who will now give us her remarks. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Bonjour. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Professor Dindo Manhit, dear representative of the government, administration, academe, of the diplomatic corps, my dear colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and basically, dear friends of the ocean. It's with particular emotion that I welcome you, together with TradBase, to this conference, the 6th edition indeed of the Blue Talks series. There is something both conclusive and inaugural about this moment. Together, we are closing a cycle, one that we opened 2 years ago on the road to Nice. And we are also opening a new one, dedicated this time to the concrete implementation of the Treaty on the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, the so-called BBNJ Treaty, from a regional perspective. Exactly a year ago, June 9, 2025, the third United Nations Conference on Ocean opened in Nice, co-chaired by France and Costa Rica. UNOC 3 represented an unprecedented moment of global mobilization, a collective diplomatic and scientific momentum that placed ocean governance at the top of the international agenda. But beyond its symbolic significance, this conference produced tangible and lasting effects. This unique mobilization made possible in September 2025 what many had considered impossible at the time, reaching the 60 ratifications required for the BBNJ Treaty to enter into force, just 2 years after its adoption in June 2023. 2 years. To appreciate what it means, let us recall that it took UNCLOS 12 years to enter into force after its adoption. And it was at the same time, the time being the same threshold of 60 ratification that were required. So 2 years against 12. It's also the sign, unfortunately, of a time of emergency, urgent matter of protecting our oceans. At the bilateral level, UNOC 3 was equally a catalyst. It allowed us to deepen and broaden the scope of cooperation between France and the Philippines on maritime issues, to multiply exchanges, to allow our two countries to better know one another and to build lasting ties across the many ocean-related sectors, whether institutional, economic, scientific, or rooted in civil society. This is precisely the ambition we set 2 years ago for the Blue Nations Initiative, France and the Philippines, Partners for the Oceans. This program allowed us to explore with enthusiasm the many areas in which our two countries share similar characteristics and converging interests. A commitment to the international rules-based order, a determination to adapt to climate change, the sustainable management of natural resources, the preservation of marine ecosystems, the decarbonization of maritime transport, and more broadly, the development of a blue economy that fully integrates environmental imperatives. 2 years of dialogue, mutual learning and understanding, and the building of a relationship of trust. These are the foundations we have succeeded in laying, and they form the bedrock upon which future cooperation projects will grow. Last January 2026, the BBNJ Treaty therefore entered into force, and for the first time in the history of international law, 2/3 of our planet's surface what we call the high seas, are now subject to a legally binding framework for their governance. It is a revolution. It happened quietly, but it is a revolution. So it's to grasp its full significance and to understand the operational dimension of that revolution that we are gathered here today. Experts estimate that less than 1% of the high seas currently benefit from any form of protection. Yet these are waters that absorb a considerable share of atmospheric CO2 that help both biodiversity we are only beginning to map and that sustain the food chains upon which billions of people around the world depend. At Kunming, Montreal, in December 2022, states made the historic commitment to protect 30% of the world's ocean by 2030. We are now in 2026. Less than 4 years remain, and the high seas, which represent the 2/3 of the global ocean, remain today almost entirely without protection. It's difficult under these circumstances to imagine meeting that objective without making the high seas the central focus of the collective effort. The BBNJ Treaty was negotiated to address this anomaly. It gives us the legal framework to create the necessary instruments so that the high seas, the common heritage of humankind, may become a space for cooperation rather than a space for confrontation. But of course, a treaty is only what states choose to make it. But by ratifying the agreement on September 23 and becoming its 65th party, directly contributing to the entry into force, the Philippines affirmed its determination to be fully engaged in the exchanges and decisions that will shape ocean governance. As an archipelagic state whose identity is deeply bound to the sea, the Philippines understand better than anyone that this governance is an essential matter. France, for its part, is also a neighbor, a partner, a co-responsible actor with the world's second largest exclusive economic zone, 90% of which lies here in the Indo-Pacific. We are not distant observers of what happens in these waters. We are present and we share with the Philippines the conviction that protecting these spaces is both an ecological imperative and a matter of justice for future generations. Our discussion today takes place at a truly pivotal moment. The first conference of the parties, COP1, is expected by the end of this year. The foundational decision will be made there and they will shape the entire trajectory of the agreement. In this context, as ASEAN chair this year, the Philippines is uniquely positioned to offer regional leadership and to help maybe forge a common ASEAN position ahead of COP1. The expertise gathered in this room today, legal expertise, scientific expertise, policy-making expertise, civil society representatives' expertise, is precisely what we need to advance these endeavors with rigor and ambition. I commend in advance all speakers who have agreed to share today their experience and expertise. Thank you very much. We are also fortunate to be joined online by Monsieur André Abreu de Almeida from the Tara Ocean Foundation, whom I warmly thank for his participation and for the Foundation's remarkable commitment to ocean science in the service of public policy. The Embassy supports the scientific partnership between Tara Foundation and the Philippine Marine Science Institute on the next expedition. I also wish to thank, as always, the Strat-based institutes, and in particular you, Professor Dino Manet, with whom we have had the pleasure of building this partnership throughout the Blue Talk series. And I thank each of you present in the room today or connected remotely for making ocean governance a priority. In a context where trust in international law is under constraint, the entry into force of a treaty like the BBNJ is not only an advance for the oceans, it's a broader signal. Proof that when states unite around a shared conviction, international law can still move forward. International law becomes what we make of it. It is now our collective responsibility to make something great of it. I'm convinced that France and the Philippines, together with all partners here in the room and in the region, have an essential role to play in this endeavor. I wish you the best for the exchanges today, probably very fruitful and stimulating. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ambassador. We will now proceed to our first panel, Implementing the BBNJ Agreement, Implications for the Philippines and Opportunities for France-Philippines Cooperation. This panel examines the three substantive pillars of the BBNJ Agreement and their concrete implications for the Philippines. The discussion hopes to answer, among others, how the Philippines should position itself at COP1 to co-sponsor the first MPA proposals linked to the Coral Triangle, what the BBNJ benefit sharing framework means in practice for Philippine marine science, and what governance mechanisms need to be established at COP1 to make the agreement operationally effective for Southeast Asia. I would like to invite our panelists one by one to deliver their opening statements. Undersecretary Augusto de la Peña would have wanted to join us today. However, he is currently on official travel, but he has kindly sent his official representative, the Chief of the Legal Research and Opinion Division of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources Legal Affairs Service, Antonio Rosette Ferrer. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Mara. Thank you also to our speakers who gave the welcoming remarks, to Professor Manhit, to Ambassador Fontanelle. I would also like to acknowledge all ambassadors, Your Excellencies, who have graced this event, all representatives of government, and representatives of the academe. And of course, yeah, representatives of the academe. So, so the Philippines signed the BBNJ agreement in 2023 at the United Nations General Assembly, and we were one of the most active in its negotiations. The Philippines also concurred, or the Philippine Senate concurred in its ratification in 2026, September, and just a few weeks after that, we deposited our instrument of ratification at the UN General Assembly in 2026 also, 2025. So essentially, the Ocean Environments Task Force was born out of the recognition that before the Philippines can meaningfully contribute to the management or conservation and sustainable use of areas beyond national jurisdiction, we need to strengthen our fragmented and sectoral approach to ocean governance in the Philippines. So let me present to you there. Just a bit of a context also. I speak here as a member of a technical working group of this Ocean Environments Task Force. It was just created last year. I would like first to maybe pick up on what our previous speakers said. First, Ambassador Fontanelle said it happened quietly, but it is a revolution. This is also how the Philippines sees it. And I hope you would indulge me in applying, by inspiration, pirates and piracy, the One Piece manga series. I understand there is some analogy that can be made there where you have pirates and the world government fighting over resources, the One Piece. And I believe in our all coming together and all many stakeholders and actors, we all have one piece. Our one piece in mind is the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity. And this is really what unites us in our endeavor. So, and then I would like to pick up also on what Professor Manhit said. The challenge before us is implementation. Implementation with partners of different sectors and the whole of society. So I hope you will see how the Ocean Environment Task Force has tried to respond to that challenge of implementation through our structure and policy making. Oh wait, can we go to the second slide, please? There. So I call this the one map instead of an outline, inspired by our piracy manga series. So our One Ocean really will talk about the rationale. We recognize interconnectivity of our oceans, and really this is the backbone of our the whole of the international community coming together to conserve and sustainably use areas beyond national jurisdiction. So under here, I'll talk about the rationale, challenges, and opportunities that we recognized and pushed us to create the task force. And we have creating the crew. We have the constitutive instruments that created the task force, its structure, and its function. We have charting the course. We have here the National Ocean Environment Policy and legislation that is set to that we are set to implement and also follow for implementation of our commitments under the BBNJ agreement. And then setting sail. We have here the major pillars of the BBNJ agreement that are particular to the department. Next slide, please. So One Ocean, this is our rationale. First, ecological integrity. We recognize that ecological integrity is vital to sustaining the security, both environmental and national security, and also livelihoods and industry in coastal communities. So we hope to contribute to local, national, and global ocean resilience, socioeconomic well-being, and security. We recognize that the Philippines is an archipelagic state with 88% of our areas within our jurisdiction consisting of maritime areas, and 78% of our LGUs lying along the coast. We recognize that we are also these maritime areas are also rich sources of biodiversity for Southeast Asia, and as our previous speakers have said, we are a major part of the Coral Triangle where we sit at its apex. Given this, we recognize also that there are threats to the marine environment currently that we are facing. We have habitat destruction, climate change, and ocean acidification, overfishing, chemicals and noxious substances that flow into the sea, eutrophication, and geostrategic concerns, noting our obligations and rights under the UNCLOS with respect to preserving the marine environment. And lastly, for opportunities, we recognize there are opportunities with respect to the blue economy, to developing it within our jurisdiction, and also in partnership with the international community, and other sustainable solutions through integrated governance. So under this, we consider the blue bioeconomy, we consider the opportunities in ocean energy, the circular economy, noting also the treaty that we are currently under, the treaty that is currently under negotiations on plastic pollution in the including in the marine environment. And then ocean-related mandates of the we consider the ocean-related mandates of the DNR, which are scattered among different laws, specifically, particularly the EO 192, Executive Order 192, that gives us the department a primary role in ocean in governance, particularly in the ocean. And then also we consider the ridge to reef to shelf approach, so that we consider the environment holistically and not in silos. Thank you. Next, please. So creating the crew, we were first created in 2025 through special order, um, and the task force was established in February. And then we institutionalized this further through department administrative order in August 2025 through an issuance entitled Promotion of Integrated Governance Towards the Development of National Ocean Environments Management Policy, and defining the responsibilities of the DNR offices and bureaus. So the task force is headed by the secretary. Yusek de la Peña serves as the deputy head, and the other members are Yusek Adobo, who also serves as a Biodiversity Management Bureau Supervising Undersecretary, and Yusek Rodriguez, who also serves as Special Concerns and Legislative Liaison Undersecretary. And the technical working group is multidisciplinary. We seek to harmonize all the DNR's different roles with respect to the oceans. It's headed by the BMB, and then Coastal Management Division, Marine Division, Legislative Division, and other DNR offices. Next, please. So basically, its general functions are harmonizing policy and decision making, and providing expert advice through our subject matter experts. Next, please. Next slide. So we currently already have a draft that's undergoing consultations. And we consider these visions, goals, and functions and roles of the task force and the office, the directions for ocean environmental management, ocean science, monitoring, assessment, and knowledge systems, capacity development, institutional culture, and stakeholder engagement. Next, please. Through legislation, we seek to implement the BBNJ agreement through expansion of the Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act. We note that the BBNJ agreement is the first treaty to recognize digital sequence information as a genetic resource that must be managed. We have the National Integrated Protected Area System, so we need to see how it connects, and also to areas beyond national jurisdiction. The Blue Economy Legislation Act, and the Environmental Impact Assessment System to regulate persons under the Philippines' jurisdiction and control. Next, please. So for us, we acknowledge or aim for 4 key roles that the task force will be is expecting to play in the implementation of a BBNJ agreement. First is strengthening marine biodiversity conservation, building on decades of experience in establishing and managing MPAs, and advancing area-based management tools. Next, please. Next slide, please. Enhancing EIAs, capacity, and facilitating access to capacity building and technology transfer opportunities under the BBNJ framework. Thank you. So I end with a quote from Dr. Sylvia Earle: "No water, no life, no blue, no green." And also from One Piece: "No matter what kind of beasts they may be, the ones who live in the ocean are our neighbors." Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Ferrer. Joining us online, all the way from France, let us welcome the Director of International Affairs of Fundación Tara Ocean, Mr. Andre Abreu de Almeida.
Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon to all. Bonjour, Madame l'Ambassadrice, authorities, dear friends. I'm very happy to join from Paris today. As the Tara Ocean Foundation is heading the Philippines with our boat to share an amazing research program on coral reefs, promoting open data, fair collaboration between countries since more than 15 years. And I'm very happy to talk about BBNJ, which is a subject I'm working for 15 years now. We started to follow this in 2011 during the Rio Plus 20 conference, and here we are with the entry into force of the treaty. I will share some slides. I hope it will work well. I hope you can see it. Sorry, I'll try to put on presentation mode. All fine? Okay, so I'll try to resume in some minutes what we think about the momentum for ocean cooperation under the BBNJ Treaty. For us, it was a long battle, this negotiation to have a meaningful treaty for the high seas. And basically, this treaty is coming to close a gap on how to protect the high seas, but also how to foster the access to these high seas to developing countries. So it's a big issue for developing countries, including oceanic big nations as Philippines, to improve the access from what we say the MGRs, the marine genetic resources. But I propose to have an overview to understand what is at stake about these MGRs, including some views on ocean policy and how the science will go forward to close these gaps. Sorry. I'm trying to pass my slide. Okay. So first, the global ocean policy, it's a recent issue, actually, to have a view to conserve and sustainably use the ocean. The Montego Bay Convention, UNCLOS, was adopted in 1994, but it was not addressing marine biodiversity. It was addressing only the seafloor and the maritime issues. But as UNCLOS in 94, we had no views on how the human activities were impacting fisheries and the whole marine ecosystem. We were protecting specific areas for, say, sharks, dolphins, whales, turtle, coral reefs, the charismatic big mammals and fish, with the Fish Stock Agreement, all the regional treaties addressing fish. But actually, all the ocean governance tools since then were designed to address more coastal issues. I can quote here the EBSAs, or the Ocean Health Index, or the Conservation Priority Indexes. All these tools were based in the science to address specific issues on species and habitats in the ocean. And a few scientific groups address actually the functional approach about the ocean ecosystem. And when we go to climate crisis, when we go to climate change impact on the ocean, we need to address the ecosystem as a whole, including the microscopic life in the ocean. So the marine genetic resources, which are one of the big pieces of the BBNJ Treaty, what what are we talking about when we talk about marine genetic resources? It's not about fish, it's not about whales, not about coral reefs, neither. It's essentially about plankton, because plankton, as you may know, it covers from 80 to 90% of the ocean, and especially in the high seas, plankton is meaningful to the ecosystem, but also plankton will be the basis for new discoveries, for a new blue economy, for biotechnology discoveries for the future. So when we go to these MGR parts of the treaty, we are not dealing with what we know from the seas in terms of species, but we are dealing with the hidden treasure which is not already known, and we need to foster science to understand what is the capacities and what is the potential behind the plankton. So today, the science developments are allowing new knowledge production on this plankton ecosystem. We had incredible advances on human genome and medicine, fight against cancer, for instance, using DNA, metagenomics, eDNA, metabarcoding, eDNA, etc. So now we are fit to understand this ecosystem as a whole with all these advances in science. And the human gut, it's a nice story. We understood very recently the importance of the human gut, of the bacteria, of the microbiota of our bodies, the importance of the human gut for our minds, for our global health. And the ocean is the same. The microbiome of the ocean is a kind of thermometer of the ocean health, and we need to understand better that. So when we go on the capacity building, how to build priorities for the science under the BBNJ agreement, it's important to know that the biggest challenge won't be on ship time, won't be only going to the sea to collect these MGRs on the waters. It's a complex pipeline of disciplines to get from the boat to a gene bank, to a sequenced information in a gene bank, and then exploit these genes and this sequenced information to create new proteins, enzymes, and to go to a commercial use of a medicine, of a cosmetics. So to assess these MGRs and to use it, we need to improve our cooperation in many disciplines. So I quote some: genomics. We need to go to DNA extraction, sequencing this DNA, analyzing the genomes, improve our satellite observation with many programs I'm already running. We need microscopy, improved microscopy with ZOSCAN, flow scans, UVPs, all these devices which are expensive. It's important to note that marine science is expensive because we need to go there, and especially to the high seas, and we need many machines, many devices today to have all these data sets that are meaningful, all the metadata, etc. We need also modeling. Today we are going to bioinformatics very strongly to understand these genes, these sequences. So it's a complex web of disciplines to really allow access to these MGRs in an ethical basis for all the countries that are parties of the agreement. So for us, it's really an historic opportunity for science cooperation because it's the first global framework for international scientific cooperation. It kind of forces states to go collective, to go beyond their frontiers, beyond their research for national interests, and to cooperate for regional issues, to cooperate for global issues like the high seas. So now, implementing phase, we are heading to the COP1 in New York in January next year. So what kind of international cooperation for the high seas we want to build? The treaty is really a nice text. We are really happy with the text, but we still need to put some flesh on the bones for making it happen, making it operational. So we still need to define how to regulate this digital sequenced information. There's a lot of overlapping with the convention for biological diversity here to ensure this governance of this digital information. It's still to define. And also there is the need for new tools to address the protection of the high seas. We don't want to do only classical MPAs, classical protected areas on the high seas, but we need to go to dynamic tools. We need to go to monitoring, to different tools to address this high seas conservation. So the BBNJ is now entering into force, but the three first COPs will be really, really key to define priorities for science, to define priorities for developing countries, to put in place this benefit sharing mechanism that we need to build to ensure that when a product goes to a commercial use, a part of the profit from this commercial use will come back to the special fund and feed the programs for capacity building, for conservation in the high seas. The traceability of all this numerical information is not easy to set in place. So we still need a lot of definition in the first COPs. We still need a lot of cooperation with IT, with the technical partners to make it happen. This traceability from the data from the ship to the commercial use. We have a whole range of disciplines, and we have to connect this data and this metadata to be able to come back to the point where we pick the sample with the boat. So there is still a lot to do in these first years of the treaty, but for me, it's an historically important opportunity for science to build a really, really collective view for the ocean, for the high seas, and to go beyond our national interests. So especially for the African group, for the Asian countries, we need ambition for the special fund to support these capacities. We need to take important decision on the scientific and technical body. We really need scientists that are able to talk the genomics, to talk DNA, to talk MGRs, not only scientists that are able to talk about fish and mammals. So yeah, BBNJ is an opportunity to foster programs, including private donors, private sector in the programs to be defined. There is a real window of opportunities for cooperation, and the Tara Foundation, with its two boats, we are ready to share all the knowledge as always. All the data that is collected under the Tara Foundation is open, and we try to do our best to include the local partners when you go. And it's the case with Philippines, with the Marine Institute. They will be a partner of the Tara Corals program that we are starting this year. And we will share any data, we will share our capacities, we will transfer our technology to all the partners of the consortium. And I think this is the spirit of the High Seas Cooperation, the spirit of collective use, of sharing data, and more than that, including a new vision of the ocean, an ambitious vision of the ocean. As the ambassador mentioned, we had in Nice an amazing UN Ocean Conference last year, and we had all a vision that it's possible to understand the ocean, it's possible to protect the ocean, and it's possible also to have a blue economy using this ocean on a sustainable way. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Legal architecture of the BBNJ agreement. Let's give him a round of applause.
A pleasant afternoon to everyone. Thank you for inviting me to discuss with you the legal architecture of the BBNJ and also how it impacts on the South China Sea. So, just a satellite's eye view of our planet. 71% of the surface of our planet is water, and the high seas constitute 64% of the Earth's ocean surface. And the high seas constitute 45% of the surface of the Earth itself. So about half of the surface of our planet are high seas. And that's mind-boggling because up to today, up to the time the BBNJ was adopted, took effect, this this huge area, 45% of the surface of our planet, has largely been unregulated. The UNCLOS says that there is freedom of fishing in the high seas. That means any state can send its massive fishing fleet to any part of the high seas and scoop all the fish, and there is no limitation. And that's why there has been a need now to establish the principal tool of the BBNJ is really to establish a network of marine protected areas. Next slide, please. Oh, by the way, in the country that has the largest exclusive economic zone in the world is, of course, France, and the Philippines has the second largest exclusive economic zone in Southeast Asia. Why is this important? Because the high seas start at the edge of the exclusive economic zone. So that's why high seas are important to us, because the high seas are just adjacent to large areas of our maritime zones. Well, on the treaty itself, what is important here is that it took effect January 17, 2026, and it's presently 89 states have ratified the treaty. Next slide. The purpose of the high seas is to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Biological diversity, bio comes from the Greek word bio, that's life. So we're talking here of the living resources in the high seas. We're not talking about the non-living resources, which is regulated by the International Seabed Authority. Areas beyond national jurisdiction, we'll discuss that. Next slide. So the principal tools of the treaty to implement the conservation of the biodiversity resources in the high seas is to establish marine protected areas. So the purpose is to establish a network of marine protected areas all over the world. And of course, the second tool is to require environmental impact assessments for those who conduct industrial commercial activities in the high seas. And there's also a fair access and sharing of the marine genetic resources, because the marine genetic resources are important for commercial use, for medicine, for cosmetics, for food, and biotechnology. And of course, developing countries are given special assistance in terms of capacity building and technology transfer of marine technology. There's a special fund which will be given to developing countries. This fund will come from the royalties of those who exploit the marine resources in the high seas. Next slide. Okay, here, under UNCLOS, of course, you have the territorial sea, a state of sovereignty, exclusive economic zone, a state of sovereign rights and jurisdiction to exploit all the natural resources here, living and non-living. The high seas start here, at the edge of the EEZ, and it's only in the water column up to here, because the extended continental shelf, think of Benham rice or Philippine rice. The Philippines, the coastal state, has the right to exploit the non-living resources here. only the living resources in the high seas here will be regulated by uh, the High Seas Treaty. This is the area, this belongs to mankind, this is a common heritage of mankind. The area is regulated by the International Seabed Authority. What the International Seabed Authority regulates are the mineral resources, the polymetallic nodules, non-living. Here will be regulated by the High Seas Treaty, by the Conference of Parties. Next slide. Now, this is the governance structure. Of course, the decision-making body is the Conference of Parties composed of all states that ratify the treaty. And to establish a marine protected area, unanimity is encouraged, but if there's no unanimity, it requires 3/4 vote of all the members of the Conference of Parties. 3/4 vote, very important later. And then the second mechanism is there's of course a panel of experts, and there's a clearinghouse mechanism, a centralized digital platform that where states can share data on marine scientific research, marine genetic resources, and environmental impact assessments. And of course, there's the usual organizational structure, the administrative people who will run the secretariat. And there's a financial mechanism, I referred to this, the special fund that will go to assist developing countries develop their capacity and to be trained in the new technology. Next slide. Now, how are disputes settled? The High Seas Treaty is an implementing agreement of UNCLOS. The mother agreement is UNCLOS. So UNCLOS now has 3 implementing agreements, the Deep Seabed Mining Agreement and the Fish Stock Agreement. They all implement UNCLOS. This is the 3rd. That's why in case of dispute, the dispute settlement mechanism in UNCLOS will be followed. So the treaty, the High Seas Treaty, adopts the dispute settlement mechanism in UNCLOS. Next slide. Now, in 2009, China submitted this map to the United Nations, and China said, China enjoys sovereign rights and jurisdiction over the relevant waters as well as the seabed and subsoil sea attachment map. So this, China says here it has sovereign rights and jurisdiction over this entire area. The problem is these are high seas. Next slide. So in the South China Sea, we have high seas. About 1/4 of the South China Sea are high seas because this is the edge of the EEZ of the Philippines, this is the edge of the EEZ of Malaysia, edge of the EEZ of China. So from the edge of the EEZ, the high seas will start. But China is saying China has sovereign rights and jurisdiction over the high seas. Remember, the High Seas Treaty will govern waters beyond national jurisdiction. China said, we have national jurisdiction over this, so the High Seas Treaty does not apply to us. That's the consequence. Next slide. So if in the 9-dash line that China submitted to the UN in 2009, China claimed sovereign rights and jurisdiction over the high seas of the South China Sea. And in the new map of China, the 2023 map of China, China says that 9 dashes, which China increased to 10 in this map, the 10 dashes constitute China's international boundary. What is enclosed by your boundary is your national territory. So China's ramped up, doubled down on its claim. And this will all violate UNCLOS because UNCLOS says, Article 89, no state may validly purport to subject any part of the high seas to its sovereignty. So our real problem here if China wins the argument that it has jurisdiction over all the waters within the 10-dash line, Vietnam will hardly have any high seas facing it. Brunei will have no high seas. We will lose our high seas. We will lose our EEZ in the West Philippine Sea because China's 10-dash line is very close to our territorial sea. We lose an area larger than our total land area. The maritime zone in the EEZ of the Philippines that will be lost to China under the 10-dash line is larger than the total land area of the Philippines if you combine all our islands. Next slide. So, when China ratified the BBNJ, China said that this ratification is without prejudice to the sovereignty, sovereign rights, and jurisdiction of a state, of China, including in respect of any dispute relating thereto. Because China knows that there is a dispute to China's claim to in its 9-dash line claim. So he said, this agreement, the ICES Treaty, will not affect that dispute, will not affect our claim. And this is the other thing. China says that marine protected areas shall not include any area involving any claims of a state to sovereignty, sovereign rights, or jurisdiction. The High Seas Treaty cannot create marine protected areas in the high seas of the South China Sea because that's a disputed area. So China will say, no, there will be no marine protected area in the high seas of the South China Sea. So what do we do? Next slide. Now, the High Seas Treaty says any state can make a declaration, but that declaration or statement cannot exclude or modify the legal effect of the provisions of this agreement in respect to that state. So, in other words, China can say whatever it wants, but it cannot nullify any provision of the High Seas Treaty. It cannot negate. It will still be bound by those provisions. Next slide. So clearly, the bottom line is China says no high seas in the South China Sea. High Seas Treaty doesn't apply to us, does not apply to the South China Sea. And in their previous claim, they said even UNCLOS does not apply to the South China Sea because we have our 10-dash line. Next slide. This is the last. So what do we do? There is this principle in international law, the doctrine of acquiescence, that a state's silence or inaction to a situation or claim that reasonably calls for an objection implies consent to the situation or claim. In other words, if we do not protest this declaration of China, we are deemed to have impliedly accepted it. So we must protest. Up to today, we have not protested. No state has protested. So we have to protest, and the protest must be timely. In my opinion, we should protest within 1 year because there are cases where you can protest within 2 years, but we have to play it safe. We have to protest within 1 year from December 2025. That's when China made its declaration, because China ratified the treaty December 2025 and stated that in their declaration. We have to make a counter-declaration. The High Seas Treaty applies to the South China Sea high seas. And the Philippines must start it, because if we don't, we will have impliedly consented to China's claim, and we will lose a maritime zone, our exclusive economic zone. An area that we will lose will be larger than our total land area. So I end my presentation here. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Justice Carpio. Finally, let us welcome Dr. Rodora Asanza, Professor Emeritus of the UP Marine Science Institute and former President of the National Academy of Science and Technology. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to talk in the last part of the session. Everyone has said what I intended to talk about, so I decided to go directly to the core of what I wanted to share with you. The National Academy of Science and Technology is always requested. It is mandated to review anything that the country has to undertake in relation to science and technology. So lately, we were given the draft clearinghouse mechanism agreement under UNCLOS on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity. Justice Carpio has mentioned this a while ago, so there should be a mechanism for getting the data, scientific data, and information, sharing them not only nationally, regionally, and possibly globally, and therefore get shared benefits from this data and information. So there are 4 aspects of the clearinghouse mechanism agreement. So briefly, I'll go over these different parts of the agreement. So the first one, marine genetic resources, including the fair and equitable sharing of benefits for marine biodiversity data. So I think the marine scientists here are aware that we have been doing this. We have the Ocean Biodiversity Information System, the OBIS. We have the POGO, or the Partnership for Observation of Global Ocean, and the Global Ocean Observation System, or GOOS, and many more. And so therefore, the scientist is therefore mandated to share data and information in this international biodiversity data system. So the next one, measures such as area-based management tools, including marine protected areas, meaning natural systems, human usage and pressures, governance and management, should be accessible to the partners. Now, we need to remember that detailed data sets on monitoring compliance supports, which are primary data sources for fisheries, follow data sovereignty and confidentiality considerations inherent to fisheries management, and therefore would likely require licensing agreements and partnerships. So these are areas for negotiation and agreements. Now, another area that the marine scientists and other scientists should be aware of is that we have a large volume of taxonomic as well as ecologically significant data and information that are not yet published. These are from academic institutions, museums, and individual research projects, and even including historical specimen records. And therefore, in this mechanism, we need to concentrate more or less in the negotiations how to implement the agreement to help capture this information in a more standardized manner. So we gave our comments, meaning our academy, and agreed to most of the draft prepositions that they gave us. So the next one is on environmental impact assessment. The mechanism include making available information and reports on assessments conducted under a party's national process, publishing reports on assessments, and other relevant instruments and frameworks need to be given publicly available. And so therefore, the scientific and technical body should be able to make standard mechanism procedures for all the parties that need to take part in this EIA in the BBNJ areas. Reporting and review processes and publishing of reports on the review of the impacts of authorized activities, including decision documents, are to be included in the standardized procedure for the BBNJ. The last one is for the capacity building and transfer of marine technology. This was also mentioned by the other speakers. And what is important here is that we need to have the matching of capacity building needs with the support available not only for the governmental, but also for non-governmental and other private entities interested in participating, as well as the donors in the transfer of the marine technology. So I think I only have how many minutes? 1 minute or 2 minutes? Let me end. I'm ending now. By reminding my co-Filipinos and partners that we need to future-proof our marine environment for the sustainable blue economy. For the Philippines, for example, I don't know whether this can be legally possible, but I think this can be practically possible. We should develop smart islands, tailored aquaculture, and natural harvest schemes. And therefore, we need to have our marine spatial planning, which we don't have yet. Okay, I'm looking at the DANR person here. So we have not yet started our marine spatial planning. It's in there, in our Blue Economy Bill. No? It's a big job. We need to utilize, and this has been repeated by previous speakers, science, technology, and innovation in policies and decision-making for the coastal area, and as well as our small island environment, and of course, those that will be covered by the BBNG agreement. We have to institutionalize marine biodiversity conservation. I don't know, this is being done, I think, by the ENR in hotspot areas. We have already included that in our listing. At the ASEAN, I was a chair of the ASEAN Marine Science Technology Subcommittee, and we really wanted to have a BBNJ areas at the ASEAN region, that can be covered by the BBNJ agreement. And then also, the country has to implement the archipelagic maritime education and information dissemination at all levels of education. So we need to know that we are an archipelagic and maritime nation from the the youngest citizen to the oldest citizen of the country, and therefore also help in the management, governance of the BBNJ areas. Maraming salamat po. So I used only 5 minutes.
Sorry, Kumar. All right. Okay, thank you, Dr. Asanza. Please stay on stage as we call back Attorney Ferrer and Justice Carpio for the panel discussion. We would also like Mr. De Almeida to join us online. Our moderator for this open panel discussion is Dr. Maria Carmen Lagman, non-resident fellow of the Strat-Base Institute and professor at DLSU. Dr. Lagman, you may take the floor. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, as our panel take their seats, I'd just like to open to say that the strategic issues of the first conference of parties for the Philippines, as regards BBNJ, will be related to high seas, MPA's ecological connectivity, capacity building, technology transfer, access and benefit sharing of marine genetic resources, representation of developing coastal states, and financing mechanisms. Let me start by asking Justice Carpio, given the legal discussions that you showed us, BBNJ, unlike UNCLOS, COB, Convention on Biodiversity, is related to high seas. Is it possible to have a discussion on ecology and connectivity without having a discussion on ownership and security?
Well, there are provisions in the BBNJ saying that any commercial or industrial activity in the high seas must take into account the impact it has on the exclusive economic zone, the adjacent. That's why environmental impact assessments are required to determine how this will impact the other maritime zones. So I think the Conference of Parties should approve rules that these industrial or commercial activities must see to it that there will be no harmful effect on the other maritime zones. It's just, and you can see that also in the digital platform where the effect. No, thank you.
Right. So yeah, because unlike many of the discussions we've had before in treaties, BBNJ concerns beyond national boundaries. And thank you for that response. For Dr. Mede and Dr. Azanza, one of the things that I really caught in the discussion on the BBNJ was the fact that it creates a new perspective on how science is going to be done. Rather than just looking into each other's what do you call this, interests, research, maybe I'll start with Dr. Almeida. What would you think will be the most important aspect of transfer technology and capacity building from your perspective of working with us in the developing world and your Tara Foundation?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's a very good one. As I was trying to explain before, I think the access to the genes and the exploitation of the potential DNA related products are the biggest challenge. So we need to understand that not about fish, not about mammals, really treat that allow us to provide developing countries with the timely framework to be autonomous of this access, this resource process, and to go from extracting DNA to the discovery of new protein, enzyme for a blue economy. This will be sustainable way. All the global south would have to really access not only the ocean, but also the economy.
Thank you. And as a follow-up to that, so you have been talking about us all realizing the biodiversity, yes, looking into monitoring, but also looking into the exploitation and the creation of human human important products. What kind of partnerships or training at the moment do you see is lacking for us to go in that direction from where we are right now?
I think there is an important partnership to be built with the gene banks, with the institutions that are managing all these terabytes of data that are deposited in the gene banks. We know China has uh, a gene bank which is closed and not connected to the global gene banks. This is a geopolitical issue to be considered, and all the researchers are using an open database called ENSDC, when where can mining for new sequences. So it's a kind of uh, cooperation to the access of DNA databases will be essential for Philippines.
Thank you very much. So I can then move the same question, Dr. Azanza, towards you. What do you think would be the most important capability building and technology transfer aspect that BBNJ will give us an opportunity to take advantage of as we move forward to this vision of having resources of common and benefits?
Yeah, I think many of my colleagues are here, many marine scientists are here. Most of the works done on genetic resources in the country have been collected from the coastal areas and not so deep waters. So therefore, in terms of technology transfer, we need to have access to the deeper, the high seas, so that we can have a share of the science, the gathering of the data and information, and the analysis, and then later in the benefits that can be shared from this data and information. So that is the primary thing that we need to do. I remember that in one hearing of the Blue Economy Bill, I was there, I was asked by a congressman to give an estimate of how much we could be needing for a marine science research to be able to do this. And I said, from the top of my head, I said, maybe for the initial year, at least ₱1 billion, at least. So we need to do the genetic testing and everything right there, if we can do it in the high seas.
Right there in the
Yeah, right there. Get the sample and do the testing right there. Thank you.
Yeah. I would then think of benefits then coming in from the academe and the research. Maybe I can pass it on to Ma'am Freire from DNR. How can we then make sure that benefits from these kinds of research and science in terms of governance can reach the coastal areas and the coastal people? Maybe Dr. Justice Carpy, if you do have ideas in that area and governance of these benefits as well, we'd like to hear about that.
In terms of sharing of benefits in relation to scientific knowledge, the DNR is implementing a program of marine scientific research stations around the country. So we expect that this would be a major nodal point for dissemination of scientific research analysis, and also could support field offices operations, so that they can support the community more directly.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the Blue Economy Bill and the BBNJ at the same time. And what we want is to benefit local researchers, the whole world, and the communities. And much of that will actually be through mechanisms within the marine genetic resources, what do you call this? Capacity building technology transfer. Financing mechanisms for these kinds of activities. Do you have any ideas for the panel where these structures are going to be coming in place and how we can support that over a longer period of time? Just because high seas are heritages that will be here long before we are actually here, right? So benefit sharing is one thing in terms of capacity and information, but coastal communities in the long run for the economic gain, which is different for the BBNJ, as opposed, of course, to conservation. So would you have any ideas of this, how to structure this in terms of these agreements?
Can I? Well, you know, from the marine environment, you can get a lot of materials, chemicals, whatever, for medicine, pharmaceuticals, and so on. If there will be sharing of benefits, we do our science and do the technology and innovation as cooperators, no, in the high seas, we can get good benefits. I hope they can redound to the benefits can redound to the communities, supporting the coastal communities are helping in a way, accessing the high seas. So therefore, most of the materials, for example, that have been tapped are from the plankton, the bacteria, and the fungi. Okay, international pharmaceutical companies know that, and our colleague from Paris has talked about the plankton, my field. Actually, the blue carbon actually comes from more of this plankton because they occupy more of the environment, but they are not considered producers of the blue carbon yet, no? And they are good producers of materials that can be used by for medicine and pharmaceutical companies. So, benefit sharing and so on.
Well, as I mentioned, the treaty creates two funds, the voluntary fund and the special fund. The voluntary fund are voluntary contributions of member states, but the special fund is the repository of all the royalties because the agreement requires licenses to those who want to exploit the, let's say, plants or microbes. They pay the conference of parties, and that fund will be used to for the technology transfer to developing countries and for capacity building.
Yes, I would like to maybe build on what Justice Carpio has said. We expect the special fund to be the major conduit for monetary benefits from MGR utilization under the BBNJ agreement. Currently, we are at signatories, and member states are developing mechanisms for that, but we can take inspiration from what is currently already for existing mechanisms that are similar with regard to genetic resources benefit sharing, such as those established under the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. We also have the Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing under the Convention on Biological Diversity. Recently, through the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, we are developing a mechanism for benefit sharing for utilization of digital sequence information from genetic resources. So there's an expectation that the BBNJ agreement could also take inspiration from this development and other fora. So for the Philippines, we expect a particular recognition of the Philippines' special requirements under the agreement, which is specified under the financing articles and capacity building articles, which we expect to be closely related.
Right. Mr. Mehta, we have something to add. if that's the case, then we can then move forward with the conservation aspect of it. Because more than just the immediate benefit sharing, which seems to be the highest thing that comes into mind when some people discuss the BBNJ, because of the fact that it is not within anybody's purview. How do we now talk about conservation in the area of the BBNJ and the marine protected areas, and sitting in a COP1 meeting and trying to negotiate each other's first meeting on the establishment of marine protected areas in the high seas? Dr. Zanzo, do we have enough information and scientific information to be able to push for where and how we're going to be doing this? And if we don't, how then we should be moving forward?
I don't think, well, this is my opinion. Anyone can disagree with me. We don't have enough information on how to do the MPAs in the high seas. In fact, we're trying to do that at the ASEAN, as I have told you. When I was chair of the subcommittee on marine science and technology, Malaysia was pushing for that we do some work on areas that can be covered by the BBNJ, do some ecological studies and so on. But this can be pursued. Now we have reorganized at the ASEAN. We have put together the subcommittee on marine science and technology, the subcommittee on atmosphere, and the subcommittee on, I think, terrestrial ecosystem. So it's entire ecosystem. So therefore, I think we need to consider the high seas ecosystem in the long run. Thank you.
Sir Media, could you add to that? Do we have enough information, and what should we do moving forward if we don't?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We do have information, more classical parts of the high seas, like mounts and hydrothermal vents. So we could protect special regions, but for the open sea, Pacific, I think we still need a lot of this plankton ecosystem on invisible microbio, understand functions and to go a taxonomic approach are in life to a real great holistic and system approach of marine life, including all forms of life. Because this is what is providing us essential functions like carbon sequestration, mentioned by Professor, like connectivity of genes for all the oceans. Yeah, we still need a lot of knowledge and building an ambitious program for international community to close these gaps.
From the NR, do we think we have enough? I know you have GBIF, the Global Biodiversity Information Systems, and these are all the national participations we have in global observation systems. Do you think we have enough data to be able to participate in that discussion of identifying where the marine protected areas will be, and how should we move forward if we don't really have everything?
You would have to forgive me because again, for the legal affairs service, so I don't have a much of a insight into the technical background of marine protected areas management. I would leave that to our division chief for coastal and marine division. But we do have cooperation initiatives with respect to the Coral Triangle Initiative, with respect to the ASEAN, of course, and also under the GIZ. So we believe that the interconnectivity of the oceans necessitate these cooperation initiatives.
Right. Do you have some detail?
Well, we have already several regional fisheries management organizations, and uh, in the North Atlantic, you have a marine protected area in the high seas, and in the Antarctica and the Ross Sea, there's also a marine protected area. There are only two marine protected areas in the high seas, but these were established by regional powers, but not by the UN system. So there's really no MPA yet under the UNCLOS or under the treaty over the high seas. But there are many examples worldwide.
So I was just thinking maybe I would get the comment from also the rest of the panel. What does meaningful participation at COP by the Philippines look like for you? What would be things that you would like to make sure that gets into the participation part for marine genetic resources, for governance, for benefit sharing, for financing?
Well, the COP will approve by three-fourths vote all the MPAs. And if I were heading the DFA now, my first move would be to propose an MPA in the high seas of the South China Sea. And the world will vote whether there are high seas in the South China Sea or not. So it will be a vote on the 10-dash line of China. Because if the high seas treaty cannot apply in the high seas of the South China Sea, then it cannot apply in the high seas in other regions of the world. I mean, other countries will say, oh, these are our high seas, we want it exempted also. It's like the UNCLOS, when China said UNCLOS cannot apply in the South China Sea. I said, if the tribunal will uphold that, that's the end of UNCLOS. Thank you.
Dr. Azanza.
Well, actually, I agree with. I have always been a reactor to the talks of, well, many times, actually, I said 3 times already. And I agree, we need to settle that high seas in the South China Sea. We are being, we become victim of something that we can settle maybe through the international meeting like at COP1. Yeah, thank you.
So for the first COP, we are expected to set up the institutions that will be the main mechanisms for the implementation of the treaty. And for the Philippine delegation, recognition of the special requirements of archipelagic states is necessary. And a manifestation of this would be its membership in important committees under the agreement. So the foremost of which we are looking at are those where the special requirements of the archipelagic states are recognized, the CBTMT committee and the finance committee. But we also would like to highlight its importance in the scientific and technical body, given our long history of and experience in marine protected area management. So this is the process part of our of what we think would be a meaningful outcome for the Philippines for COP1. Building on what our Justice Carpio and Dr. said, so procedurally also the Philippines is looking at the implementation of Article 6 and 18 that is sought under the rules of procedure. So this will be how those conflicts will be played out, we expect.
Dr. Imelda, I was thinking the question, what do you think would be participation or meaningful participation look like for developing countries in the COP1 as we talk about the BBNJ?
Yeah, I think the challenges are still huge. the implementation of this treaty. There's still a lot of bones, as Professor Alex Rogers state. I think we need ambition and flexibility to reach the consensus of others, especially the beneficiary mechanism, funding mechanism, capacity building mechanism. And if Philippines can the eruption as soon as possible, to be a great sign of.
So I have my two last questions. The first one is for Justice Carpio. Having mentioned by Dr. Manhit, Professor Manhit earlier, that we now are celebrating the 10th year of the arbitral ruling in the BBNJ, what would then be, how we can put these two agreements together in a work plan, for example, in the next 2 to 3 years to take advantage the most of these BBNJ ratification?
Well, as I said, the BBNJ is an implementing agreement of the mother agreement, which is UNCLOS. And I think we should look at the South China Sea because that is where we are in danger of losing our exclusive economic zone. And so we should move to have an MPA established in the high seas of the South China Sea, and this will be put to a vote. But before it's put to a vote, we have to campaign, lobby, that we will not put it to a vote if we don't have the majority vote, or if we don't have the 3/4 vote. It's a very high bar, but I cannot imagine a country who will say that there are no high seas in the South China Sea. So the issue there is, are there high seas in the South China Sea? That will be to put to a vote. And I think that should be our strategy. Thank you.
For the next 2 to 3 years. Dr. Azanza, as we wrap up, what do you think are the main activities or directions that we should be going, MGR or benefit sharing governance, financing, in the next 2 to 3 years so the Philippines can basically take advantage in its participation as BBNJ?
So I think the Philippines has to strengthen its science capability, science and technology capability that would be useful in the partnership for the high seas endeavor or activity. And this cannot be done alone by the country. This can be done in cooperation with countries with this capability already, like I think France and the other developed countries have the capability. And so therefore, I have been talking about the so-called open science. So in open science, you can collaborate with those with the same thinking and same objective vision. And so therefore, you work together, come to an agreement, and undertake research, for example, in specific areas of common interest for both. So for the next 2 or 3 years, it cannot be accomplished in 2 or 3 years. It should be started right away and be done in
this
cooperation
year.
this year. Thank you.
From the DNR perspective, how can we, or what should be the work plan for the next 2 to 3 years as related to make sure that we take participation in the BBNJ a benefit to us?
Foremost, we need to have strong institutional mechanisms, setting those and strengthening the existing ones. And of course, also with this, we would want to strengthen the scientific base for decision making, taking advantage of the PENCAS law, the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System law. So this hopefully could be the basis and could set the ball rolling for the formulation of proposals for ABMTs. and also not just formulating proposals, but also responding to other states' proposals. And second, we would need to strengthen and institutional mechanisms and scientific basis for EIA for activities that are within the Philippines' jurisdiction and control, and also strategic environmental assessments, which for policies and programs which the Philippines currently does not undertake.
One last thing. Okay, I'd like to follow up. I'd like to follow up on what I said a while ago. There are countries in the ASEAN that are interested to work together for research, doing science, for a possibility of having this MPAs or MPA start an MPA in the high seas, particularly in the South China Sea. I can talk about Malaysia and of course the Philippines. I was the chair that time, and then two other countries, Thailand and I think even Indonesia.
We have a time, as mentioned here, for questions from the audience to anybody in the panel. Does anybody have a question? Ambassador, sorry.
This is more in relation to the suggestion of Justice Carpio that we should protest China's position within a year. So from December 2025, we only have 6 months to go.
6 months to go.
So we should not be thinking in 2 or 3 years.
This year.
It should be this year. Because if you want to introduce the MPA also, you have to introduce this as soon as possible, because it will test the statement of China. I mean, it's just an observation. I don't know whether I'm right.
Do we have enough grounds to put that in? And
Yes, of course. The law is on our side.
okay.
The high seas is a common heritage of mankind. No country can claim it.
Yes, I was just worried about the MPA designation, but we can. It seems like from Dr. Azanza and Mr. Almeida's response that would be the case. We can. Sir Mark.
My name is Mike Trihenio. I'm with the UPMSI. My question is for Justice Carpio. I'm just curious, the relationship of another agreement within the UNCLOS, which is the deep sea mining, and why the BBNJ, since the older one is the deep sea mining, which it enjoys maybe stronger operational mandate over the BBNJ. So what will happen if the two will overlap in terms of area? Which one, one takes precedence over the other? Well, like civil mining, and China is now very aggressive with the electric vehicle, production, where it's mining all the polymetallic nodules that can be found in the seabed. And they are the number one now applicants for more, of this permit for mining. So what will happen if they overlap?
Well, the demarcation is clear. The High Seas Treaty applies to living resources. The deep sea mining refers to non-living, the mineral resources. But the interplay there is the damage to the environment. If you get the polymetallic nodules, you will disturb the ocean floor, and you will disturb also the ecosystem in the water. So they'll have to, the Seabed Authority will have to talk to the COP, Conference of Parties, and they will do that.
Do we have questions still from the audience? Dr. Saloma.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Saloma. I was the former executive director of the Philippine Genome Center. We actually wanted to work with the DNR because sometimes the Philippines will make this position paper on digital sequence information, etc., drafted by the lawyers. But actually, the lawyers do not really understand what they're talking about. So we volunteered to talk to the DNR, but they never talk to us. So I have a question. We wanted to go into the high seas because we want to this is a common resource of the world. But I just would like to comment and also to ask DNR, does the Philippines really have a systematic dashboard or database of the genetic marine resources we have even in our EEZ? We don't. And then you want to go to the center. So that should be a national effort because on the one hand, we have these marine genetic resources which are there, and yet we are not studying them. We don't even have a systematic way by which we study them. That's number one. Number two, we don't have also a database of all these. And beyond that, then you have digital sequence information. And the caveat about digital sequence information is this has been a discussion between rich and poor countries. Many poor countries have a lot of the biodiversity, correct? But at the same time, you don't have a robust biotech industry. So if you have your sequences out there, we cannot capitalize and commercialize them because we don't know how to genetically engineer materials to create drugs. And that's why some countries from Africa to Indonesia to other countries with rich biodiversity, also Brazil, are very, very weary of DSI because it's not very clear. On the one hand, you can be altruistic, you can have all the sequences out there, but unless we have a very robust biotech industry that can utilize the sequences into something like drugs and enzymes, then we're just sharing everything there without any benefit.
Right.
Oh, that's all. So DNR, I think you have a lot of homework to do.
Thank you. So I don't think we have very much time, but what we've are there any burning comments from anybody?
One more. I think the National Academy of Science and Technology, some of the members are here. We have been pushing for the development of marine bio industry development in the Philippines. At least because we are more marine than land, so at least we start with the marine biodiversity industry.
Yeah, I have a suggestion. You can see that in the ICES treaty, there are two funds, and the special fund is funded from royalties. We can ask Congress to create a special fund that all royalties that the government receives from oil and gas in the sea, part of that will be for a fund for research and development for marine sciences. Thank you.
So thank you so much. I would have wanted to go around, but it's keeping you from coffee. And therefore, I would just like to thank your panel for our discussion this afternoon. Our work is cut out for us, primarily for the activities not in 2 to 3 years, as I've heard again, but 6 months. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you to our panelists and our moderator. We would like to invite everyone to please stay on stage for a very quick photo op with Ambassador Fontanel and Professor Manhit. So, Professor De Almeida, is he still online? Can we flash his screen, please? Oh, he left na. Okay, okay. Sorry. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. All right, we will now be having our coffee break. I know everyone's been waiting for it. Food will be served outside, so may I please ask our speakers to line up first, then the rest of our guests can follow. Please be back here at 3:45 p.m. as we will be starting promptly. Thank you so much and enjoy your coffee and snacks.
Okay, can you hear me? Strat base. Is my audio okay?
Advanced BBNJ implementation. This session will explore how the Philippines, as 2026 ASEAN chair, can translate its domestic commitment into regional leadership, particularly in building a coordinated ASEAN position for the upcoming COP1. Similar to the format of the first panel, our panelists will also be giving their opening statements one by one. Our first panelist is Assistant Secretary Felix Alizer, Director of the DENR's Biodiversity Management Bureau. Unfortunately, he is also currently on official travel, but he sent his official representative, the Chief of the Coastal and Marine Division of the Biodiversity Management Bureau, Mr. John Eric Avellino. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric. I'm from the Biodiversity Management Bureau, leading the Coastal and Marine Division of the DNR. And I'm here to present particularly on the topic of maximizing basically our chairship of the ASEAN and in relation to the BBNJ agreement. Next slide, please. So just to highlight, we're the first chair of ASEAN upon entry into force of the agreement. So we came into a unique and very opportune position for us to align the ASEAN agenda into the BBNJ agreement. And that's what we want to highlight this. And we can position the ASEAN collectively as a pioneering leader in terms of advancing the BBNJ agreement. Next slide. So one of the main agenda of the Philippines hosting, in terms of environment of the ASEAN, is the development and adoption of a post-2025 Aspen roadmap. And through this Aspen roadmap, we can mainstream governance in terms of environmental protection, not just in terms of terrestrial, but also in marine, as well as aligning global commitments. So not just in terms of the BBNJ agreement, but also in terms of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So all of the international commitments that all of the ASEAN member states are aligned with, we can all put them in here in this Aspen post-2025 framework. Next slide, please. Some of the tangible ways forward we see. So we've been submitting joint statements when it comes to biodiversity protection, when it comes to the Convention on Biological Diversity as part of that convention. No? So given that we're also within the BBNJ agreement, so we can propose for, through the ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment, the development of a joint statement when it comes to the ASEAN. But this is just in the form of this is one of the opportunities that we have given our chairship, not just of the ASEAN physically, but also of the ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment. And we're not just chairing the ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment for this year, but this will be chaired by the Philippines in the next 3 years. So we do have a lot of time pushing for something as big as this joint statement on BBNJ. But again, taking note that having all of the ASEAN member states get together and come up with the joint statements take a lot of time. Earlier, I was speaking with the ASEAN Center of Biodiversity, and they were talking about how long it takes for a joint statement for the Convention on Biological Diversity, an ASEAN statement to come up, and they were saying that it took them almost 2 years for them to come up with the ASEAN joint statement. So that just provides us a glimpse of the efforts that it takes for us to have a joint statement put forward in a global scene. Next slide. But then again, we're not starting from scratch when it comes to the involvement of ASEAN with the BBNJ framework. Of course, ASEAN has long been pushing for a blue economy framework. For the Philippines. It's being led by the Department of Trade and Industry. But as part of that committee on blue economy for the Philippines, we're pushing for the natural capital outcome of this blue economy framework that is put forward in the ASEAN region. But aside from that, ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment has also been developing or implementing activities related to combating marine pollution. And we all know how much in terms of the marine pollution is going into even areas beyond national jurisdiction. Next slide. So we do have that very strategic opportunity, given our chairship in the coastal and marine environment, to put forward ecosystems-based adaptation or ecosystems-based conservation within the ASEAN region, starting from the Coastal and Marine Environment Working Group. Next slide. And as Philippines, we also have been member of other regional commitments such as the Coral Triangle Initiative, the ASEAN, the COBC, the PEMC, all of which we have experience in terms of developing management or conservation measures on our coastal and marine resources, now, particularly in establishing, like for example, transboundary marine protected areas, network of marine protected areas among and across states of those partnerships, such as the Coral Triangle Initiative, and one of which is the Coral Triangle Marine Protected Area System that is currently being implemented. Next slide. And then aside from that, the Philippines is also engaged in projects, foreign assistance and special projects that are dealing with transboundary marine protected areas, such as the ASEAN NMAPs. This is being implemented by the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. So it's really advantageous to take advantage of those. It's really advantageous to really work with those regional bodies in pursuing all of this agenda when it comes to coastal and marine resource management. And of course, we have the SOMACOR. This is a GIZ-funded project that focuses on transboundary marine protected area for marine turtles. So we're working within the Sulu-Sulawesi seascape, for example, with Indonesia and Malaysia, to come up with a coordinated framework for protecting marine turtles. Next slide. So here are the strategic pillars for the BBNJ success. We mentioned here the ratification and coordination, voicing we can put forward as chair of the ASEAN Working Group. We've noted that only 2 out of the 11 ASEAN member states have ratified the BBNJ agreement. Capacity and technology transfer, utilizing BBNJ framework mechanisms to bolster regional marine science institutions, technical expertise, and EIAs, and scientific research. Earlier, Attorney Marcet emphasized on the need for representation on the different scientific bodies, as well as scientific and technical bodies, as well as the subsidiary bodies within the agreement, for us to maximize our participation to the BBNJ agreement. Of course, leveraging regional hubs, utilizing established bodies like the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, as well as the current chairship of us with the ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment, to make sure that our agenda is being put forward in relation to the BBNJ agreement. Next slide. And yes, I think this is my last slide, but basically we wanted to highlight that we do have time, or although we do have the 3 years window, but within those 3 years, we hope to push for a blue economy framework implementation and operationalization of the blue economy framework that the ASEAN has adopted, particularly on its natural capital outcome, and one of which is open discussions when it comes to the implementation of the BBNJ agreement. Next slide. And I think that's for my opening message. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Avellino. Our next panelist, Vietnamese Ambassador Lai Tai Binh, would have wanted to join us, but he sent his representative, Mr. Dinh Viet Hai, political officer of the Embassy of Vietnam in the Philippines, to give us an overview of Vietnam's ratification of the BBNJ agreement. Let's give him a round of applause.
Excellency Marielle Fontenelle, Ambassador of the French Republic to the Philippines and Micronesia, Justice Antonio Carpio, former Senior Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines, Professor Victor Andres Manhit, President of Stratbay Institute, esteemed Ambassador, Philippine official, member of the Academe, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to join the discussion and to share the Vietnam views on the agreement and our early signing and ratification. Luckily, I have so many talented speakers ahead of me, so I can comfortably cut down a large portion of my speech, a risk I'm willing to take. But I would like to recall that the ocean is fundamental to human prosperity and sustainable development. But yet, our ocean is also facing unprecedented challenges. To name a few, marine biodiversity is declining at an alarming rate. Climate change, pollution, and new demand for marine resources. I also like to also recall the comment from Justice Antonio Carpio that only until recently our high sea is hardly being regulated. And again, this backdrop, that's why the BBNJ agreement carries profound significance. As an implementing agreement under the UNCLOS, it fills important gaps in existing legal framework governing areas beyond national jurisdiction and contribute to further development of a comprehensive and coherent system of the global ocean governance. In addition, its adoption also reflects the international community shared understanding that the challenges facing our ocean transcends national boundary and requires collective response grounded in international law, multilateral cooperation, and scientific knowledge. With that, Vietnam is proud to be among the first country to sign and ratify the BBNJ, and among with other first, I believe, 60 state parties whose action had helped bring the agreement into forces. Throughout the negotiation process, Vietnam has actively and constructively participated in the meeting, such as the PrepCom and subsequently Intergovernmental Conference. We work closely with partners from all regions to support a balanced, effective, and universally beneficial outcome. Vietnam early ratification also reflects our strong commitment to multilateralism, the rule of law, and the implementation of UNCLOS as the legal framework governing all activities in the ocean. It also demonstrates our determination to promote the sustainable development of the marine economy, to protect the ecosystem, and to contribute responsibly to the international effort aimed at safeguarding our ocean for the future generation. However, we also acknowledge that the successful implementation of the BBNJ will require strong partnership and effective cooperation at a global, regional, and even national level. In this regard, Vietnam also underscores the importance of enhancing cooperation in both ASEAN with both ASEAN partners and with the partner beyond our region. Particular attention should be given to supporting developing countries in implementing the obligation under the agreement. This includes facilitating access to marine technology, strengthening capacity building programs, promoting scientific research, and knowledge sharing on national experience and best practices. Such efforts are critical in ensuring that all states, regardless of their level of development, can fully participate and benefit from the implementation of the agreement. So, ladies and gentlemen, in a region where maritime issues remain complex and sensitive, efforts to strengthen cooperation under the BBNJ agreement are particularly important. Such cooperation can contribute not only to improving the effectiveness of marine governance and advancing sustainable development objectives, but also to encouraging responsible behavior, promoting dialogue, and reducing tension. And so to conclude my statement, by creating opportunity for collaboration and scientific research, capacity building, environmental protection, and sustainable resource management, Vietnam believes that the implementation of the BBNJ agreement can help build confidence among states, strengthen mutual trust, and contribute to maintaining peace, stability, and cooperation at sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ding. We are now honored to have with us Professor Jacqueline Joyce Espinilla, Senior Research Fellow at the UP Institute for Maritime Affairs and Law of the Sea. Please give her a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me this afternoon to share a couple of my thoughts and experiences with the BBNJ agreement. So I will be talking specifically about the MGR part, which for many is really the heart and soul of the BBNJ agreement. True enough, the main objective of the BBNJ agreement is really about the conservation, sustainable use of marine biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. But if you will have followed the negotiations closely, you will understand that for many developing countries, it's more than just about that. It's really about ocean equity. Next slide, please. So here I present for you the specific objectives of Part 2 of the instrument. The structure of the BBNJ agreement is such that there is an overarching objective, and in each of the 4 pillars, there are more specific, tailored objectives. If you will cycle through all 4 specific objectives of the MGR part, you will see that there's a common theme. And the theme is about sharing ocean wealth, developing countries being given a fair share of the opportunities that lie in ocean wealth. So here, the bottom line really is, it's all about ocean equity. The BBNJ agreement is an opportunity to make the oceans a little bit fairer for countries who have for the longest time been unable, because of constraints of resources and capacity, to benefit from resources such as fish, common pooled resources that are found in global commons, where, as we know, those with the resources, the money, the technology, are the ones that can make the most of it, cutting out or undermining the efforts of those who have less. So here, there is a concerted effort, and this is really entirely through the efforts of negotiators during the PrepCom, the IGC, to really codify these opportunities for developing countries. If you think about it, the BBNJ agreement, similar to the way UNCLOS was negotiated, was sort of a conversation, a tension, a push and pull between developed and developing nations. So I'd like to claim that the BBNJ agreement is actually skewed toward developing nations. There are more of us now than at the time that UNCLOS was being negotiated. And in the UN system, 1 vote is equal to 1 country. So that means the G77 in China, for example, carries a lot of weight. And this is why there are very beneficial provisions hard-coded into the instrument. Many say that the MGR part, as we said, is the heart and soul of the instrument and really does sort of capture this tension between developed and developing nations. It is also sort of the odd man out in terms of the 4 key pillars. EIAs, ABMT, CBTMT, and MGRs. Which one of them is different? It's the MGR part. It is first and foremost an instrument in equity and not so much about conservation and sustainable use, as is obvious in ABMT or in EIA. But later on, I will show you that there's a link between capacity and your ability to fulfill your conservation obligations as well. Next slide, please. Again, everybody says that MGR's benefit sharing mechanism found there is all good, without really understanding how you can operationalize it and implement it for the domestic context. To do that, you have to understand its structure. There are obligations and then there are benefits. And the question there is, how do you fulfill your obligations and how do you maximize those benefits? So first, on the obligations. The obligations here are outlined in sort of like a sequential fashion, if I may. So visualize the research process. First, you go to the high seas or in the deep sea, as the case may be, and you conduct your in situ research. That is costly, that is expensive, and has been already elaborated by many speakers, unavailable to us developing countries as an option. But it doesn't stop there. In this process, you will see there are obligations that occur at that early stage, subsequent to your collection, so post-collection obligations, and then later on at the commercialization stage. By the way, we're talking span of decades. Biodiscovery and commercialization is not a straightforward, easy path, as the scientists in this room will be able to explain to you more clearly. It may entirely also be the case that this process doesn't yield in actual tangible results. So you may be looking at decades and millions and billions of dollars of investment without any tangible outcome. That may have implications as well for this entire process. So first, let's talk about the so-called notification obligations. Any state, and this is not just limited to developed countries, are obliged to be able to say that they did in fact get marine genetic resources specifically from areas beyond national jurisdiction, and thereafter say that any other activity or application of that MGR is traceable to that single act of collection. The BBNJ agreement has very innovative practices for making that very traceable. For example, there is this thing called the BBNJ Standardized Batch Identifier. It is a persistent form of identification that attaches to the MGR and will continue with it, like a label, so to speak, that goes with it throughout its entire life cycle, even when it turns into digital sequence information, which is information that could actually be dissociated from the physical material itself. And that means, to put it very simply, you will always know that something comes from ABNJ. You will always know that it was once part of the common heritage of mankind. You will always know, therefore, that it is subject to the benefit sharing mechanism. That is not the case prior to the BBNJ agreement. There are situations where genetic resources are entirely unknown to have come from one particular country. You don't know its origins. And that is a problem because then how can you be accountable for the consequences? If, let's say, you commercialize it at a later point, who do you pay? Who shares in the benefits? There's no traceability. But now, under the BBNJ agreement, with this stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 levels of notification, there is transparency, there is traceability. If you think about it, who then is on the hook for these notification obligations? More often than not, it's developed countries because they are the ones, as been mentioned before, with the capacity to go further and deeper into the areas beyond national jurisdiction. But I'd like to push back and say that's not necessarily always the case. In the BBNJ agreement, there is also a robust linked benefit sharing wherein there is capacity building that supposedly, or at least on paper, will empower developed countries to participate in deep sea research. I'm being told to wrap up, but I will not yet. Sorry. And then, because this is the interesting part, we're talking about notification obligations, and there are a lot of these, like I said. And yes, developed countries will be on the hook, but there are potentials also because we have very capable scientists who may be given opportunities to also participate in the collection of MGRs, the study of them, and so forth. But what everybody's really interested in is non-monetary benefits and monetary benefits that are part and parcel of the instrument. I'd like to disabuse a notion first. It is not necessarily all to our benefit. Why? First, the monetary benefits. Everybody loves that part, especially developed countries. It's good money. You're going to get developed countries to pay up. But the way the BBNJ agreement is structured is that it's a phased approach. Part 1, upon the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement, all developed countries have to pay 50% of their assessed contribution into a special fund, which has been discussed earlier. This is not connected with commercialization or anything like that. It's automatic. Just because you're a developed country, you will pay into that fund immediately upon entry into force, which was just in January this year. The second part is that once the COP convenes, they are now required to talk about potential modalities which are coupled with utilization and commercialization. We're talking about royalty payments, milestone payments, things that are premised on your use of the resource. But take note, it is not yet finalized. It's still for discussion. So if you think about it, the only thing developing countries may potentially benefit from at this point in time is the first part, decoupled payments under that. So we don't know yet what form or what final modality of monetary benefits there will be in the future. Next, non-monetary benefits. And this is really where, and I apologize, organizers, this is really where developing countries truly can benefit and what we should study and put our investment in. We have to understand exactly what it is we need because now you have a carte blanche authority to ask for it via the clearinghouse mechanism, and these must be linked to development. Next slide, please. I will not go into that. This merely tells you the specific codified obligations about what kind of laws you have to take, what legal changes you have to take domestically in order to implement all of those obligations and maximize those benefits I just discussed. So I'll leave that for now. Next slide, please. That's all in the treaty. Here is just a quick listing of all the next steps we should do as a state, as a member of the ASEAN, and specifically as the ASEAN chair. First, definitely, we have to have more BBNJ informed experts. I will not elaborate on this because it has already been explained enough. The BBNJ in itself requires expertise that while we have a lot of marine scientists, it may not necessarily be enough to accommodate all the new growth areas that are spurred by the BBNJ agreement. Next, we have to have a capacity and resource assessment baselining. We're talking about an inventory, an audit of expertise that we have, the technology that we have, and whether or not we have any repositories or databases that we can actually use. Because here, repositories, that's for the physical MGR sample, databases, that's for the DSI. We have to take a legal stop, take, and review. I really apologize, I'm talking a lot, but this is things I want to share. Many people think that the only legal changes that you have to make are environmental in nature. If you think about capacity building and the transfer of technology, actually, to maximize the benefits, you don't look at environmental laws. You look at tax laws, you look at customs laws, you look at intellectual property laws for patent relief. Those are the kinds of things that facilitate downloading of technology to a developing country. So the reform here has to be widespread and dispersed, not just at looking at environmental laws. Of course, factor in the listen to the scientists, people, when you make laws. This is very important because early input from the science sector really helps craft a responsive policy. And then, of course, this was already mentioned, participation in the COP and STB process. And here, this is very important, getting the administrative side in order, having notification, obligation focal points, coordination for traditional knowledge and indigenous peoples and local communities so that you can actually have facilitated benefit sharing. The ASEAN cooperation, you may have read, in the ASEAN Leaders' Declaration on Maritime Cooperation just issued in May 2026 did specifically mention the BBNJ agreement and the fact that cooperation is a priority. And cooperation here doesn't necessarily have to be developed country to developing country. South-South cooperation within the expertise pool of the ASEAN is also going to be useful. I will stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Espinilla. Joining us now virtually to discuss legal obligations and enforcement gaps is Attorney Fretty Ganchoon, Senior State Counsel from the Department of Justice. A round of applause for Attorney Ganchoon, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to Stratbase, Professor Jerome Manhid, and the French Embassy, Her Excellency Marie Fontanel, for the invitation to be a part of this forum, and for providing virtual attendance, because I'm still on official travel. I consider this forum to be quite important because it aims to discuss opportunities for regional cooperation in the implementation of the BBNJ agreement. The topic that is assigned to me is on environmental impact assessments, legal obligation, enforcement gaps, and implications for FILPRA. I'm given 7 minutes for my open statement. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read my opening statement. But you can see on the screen the outline of my opening statement so that you can follow the flow while I read my opening statement. All right. So let's start. Let me start with the statement on the general objective and key obligations under the agreement. The general objective of the agreement is to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Hence, the obligations set out in the agreement are for the purpose of achieving this overarching objective. The key obligations of state parties under the agreement include the conduct of environmental impact assessments with respect to activities to be conducted by them in the ABNJ or with respect to activities within their national jurisdictions that may cause substantial pollution or significant and harmful changes to the marine environment of the ABNJ. For the Philippines, proper compliance with its obligations on the conduct of environmental impact assessment required the update of its laws, particularly Presidential Decree number 1151, which laid down the policy requiring the submission of an environmental impact statement for every action, project, or undertaking which significantly affect the quality of the environment, and Presidential Decree number 5086, which established the environmental impact statement system of the Philippines. These two laws were issued way back in the 1970s, and so therefore did not embody thresholds provided for BBNJ, for example, for the screening needed preparatory for the conduct of an environmental impact assessment. Under Article 3 of the BBNJ, a state party has the obligation to conduct a screening of any planned activity when such may have more than a minor or transitory effect on the environment, or the effects of the activity are unknown or poorly understood. It may be important to note whether a planned activity may proceed falls within the responsibility of the state party, under whose jurisdiction or control the planned activity will be conducted, consistent with the principle of sovereignty and jurisdiction under international law. A problem may arise if such planned activity caused impacts to the BBNJ, either because such impacts were not foreseen during the conduct of the environmental impact assessment, or arise from the breach of any conditions set out in the approval by the concerned state party of the planned activity. In such a case, any state party may register its concerns and the scientific and technical body shall evaluate the concerns and make recommendations to the state party that authorized such activity. The scientific and technical body may also motu proprio notify the concerned state party of its concerns regarding the adverse impacts of an ongoing activity approved by the state party. Compliance with the provisions of the BBNJ will be facilitated by the implementation and compliance committee created under Article 55 of the agreement. Each party is obliged to report on the measures it has taken to implement the agreement to the conference of parties at intervals to be determined by the conference. Understandably, the agreement does not have any penal provisions as crimes are defined by it, as is the case in almost all international agreements. Compliance with the agreements may only be considered as a breach of contract or violation of the obligations and at the commission of a crime or offense. What the agreement provides is that in case of non-compliance by a state party with its obligations, the implementation and compliance committee shall consider the issue and make recommendations to the conference party. The implementation and compliance committee is meant to function in a manner that is non-adversarial and punitive. It is understood that the attention non-complying state party will be called by the COP in order that it rectify its non-compliance based on the recommendations made by the implementation and compliance committee. It is possible that non-compliance with the provisions of the agreement can cause injury to other states. For example, the failure of a state party to conduct an environmental impact assessment for proceeding an activity in the area within jurisdiction cause damage to the environment of another state, several states, or the ABNJ. In such a case, the remedy of third state or state is the compensation of the offending state if the demand to pay compensation is not satisfied through consultation and negotiations. The injured states may resort to the appropriate dispute settlement procedures. The agreement adopted the dispute settlement procedure provided in Part 50 of the United Nations Vendor Law of this. For state party agreement are not state parties to the laws. The provisions of Part 15 of the Convention are replicated for the purpose of settlement disputes involving these state parties. Hence, as the settlement under UNCLOS considered compulsory, dispute settlement under the BBNJ is also considered compulsory. Also, as is the case under UNCLOS, the default compulsory dispute settlement procedure under the agreement is arbitration. Hence, in case of injury to the Philippines caused by state party non-compliance, the provisions of the agreement, for example, damage to the marine environment of the Philippines resulting from a state party's activity in the ENJ, the Philippines can resort to compulsory arbitration. Before I end, Let me also address the matter of ASEAN legal coordination and cooperation and compliance mechanism. First, let me note that not all ASEAN member states are state parties to the agreement. Myanmar did not sign the agreement. As for Brunei, Malaysia, and Thailand, while they are signatories, they have not yet ratified the agreement. It is hoped that their domestic procedures for ratification are soon completed. Harmonization of the laws and procedures of ASEAN member states with respect to the conduct of environmental impact assessments for planned joint activities in the ABNJ may be explored and discussed at the ASEAN Law Forum. The ASEAN Law Forum serves as the prime venue for harmonizing laws to facilitate intra-ASEAN trade, digital growth, commercial dispute settlement, and international legal cooperation. Considering the transnational nature and possible transboundary effect of planned activities in the ABNJ, a harmonized procedure among ASEAN member states with respect to the conduct of environmental impact assessments before proceeding with any joint planned activities in the South China Sea and other ABNJs in Southeast Asia can contribute to the coherent implementation of the agreement. Non-compliance by an ASEAN member state of any such harmonized procedure may be brought to the attention of the ASEAN Summit with a view of seeking solution at the ASEAN level. If no solution is reached, the matter may then be endorsed by ASEAN to the COP. To conclude, the agreement is meant to regulate all pertinent activities in or affecting the high seas or the EBNJ in order to ensure the protection of the high seas biodiversity and the use and enjoyment by all states of the high seas marine resources, not just for the present in the long term. Therefore, it can be said that it is in the interest of all states to cooperate in achieving the laudable objective of the agreement. Through cooperation between and among states and the facilitative work by the implementation and compliance activity, it is hoped that there would be universal compliance with the agreement and violations and are avoided. In the case of the Philippines, and as to the conduct of environmental assessments in particular in the EBNJ, it's just a matter of updating laws and regulations to align them with the provisions of the BBNJ. Thank you so much, and my opening statement.
Thank you, Attorney Ganchoon. Last but not least, please welcome on stage Dr. Mary Cristery Baleva, non-resident fellow of the Strat-Base Institute and lecturer at the UP College of Law. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon. I'll just stay here so you can see me more easily. Good afternoon, Ambassador, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Professor Manhit, and everybody else. Good afternoon. Justice Carpio, good afternoon. Please proceed. I will be talking about the Coral Triangle Initiative, which we have heard our previous speakers mention in their presentations. So what's the Coral Triangle Initiative? It's actually a collaborative effort among 6 states. And this is the coverage of the Coral Triangle. And I think Attorney Rosette mentioned that the Philippines is at the apex of the Coral Triangle, and you can see it there. Next slide, please. So, in 2009, the CTI Leaders Declaration on CFF was spearheaded by Indonesia through its president. And I'd like you to remember that as we go along. So there are 6 members of the CTI: Indonesia, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, the Philippines, Solomon Islands, and Timor-Leste. So it's not really an ASEAN, a whole of ASEAN initiative, because only 4 members of ASEAN, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste, are members of the CT6. The 2 others are from the Pacific. So the goal is to safeguard marine and coastal resources of the Coral Triangle, to ensure food security, sustainable livelihoods, and climate resilience. Okay? So even from that, from their general goal, you can see that there are intersections. No, it's not just biodiversity, it's not just marine biodiversity, but actually also climate resilience and livelihoods. So it cuts through the Sustainable Development Goals, it cuts through the CBD, no, and climate change. The coverage, why is it important? Why is the CTI important? It's important because it covers almost 4 million square miles of ocean and coastal waters. It's the global epicenter of marine biodiversity. The Philippines, of course, is the center of marine shore fish biodiversity. So it's so rich in biodiversity and resources. 76% of coral species in the whole world are found in the coral triangle, 37% of coral reef species, coral reef fish species, and the highest number of endemic reef species are found in the coral triangle. So you can just imagine what a treasure trove it is. So essentially, because it's a cooperation on the management of marine protected areas, management is still resides in the countries where these marine protected areas are found. No, but there are transboundary cooperation initiatives, and if you can see there, the Philippines is a member of both transboundary initiatives, the Sulu-Sulawesi Marine Seascape and the Turtle Islands Heritage Protected Area. Okay, next slide, please. So just to see, so the CT6, remember it's Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. So you see here that among the ASEAN member states that are members of the CT6, 3 are also members, state parties to the BBNJ agreement. Malaysia, which is a member of CT6, is a signatory and not a full-fledged member yet, or not a full-fledged state party yet of the BBNJ agreement. And with this group among the ASEAN member states are Brunei and Thailand. The members of the BBNJ agreement, the state parties of the BBNJ agreement, count Cambodia, Lao PDR, Vietnam, and Singapore. Okay? And Myanmar, because of its current circumstances, has no engagement in CT6 and the BBNJ agreement. Next slide, please. So, the 2 states from the Pacific, Papua New Guinea and Solomon Islands. Papua New Guinea is a signatory to the BBNJ agreement, and Solomon Islands is a state party to the BBNJ agreement. Why do we need to know this? Next slide, please. Because it's important to know this because it will give us an idea of what we need to do to leverage the CTI when we want to come up with a proposal for a marine protected area in the high seas. But how do we do that? Let's look at the BBNJ agreement very quickly. So our area-based management tools, including MPAs, is covered by Part 3 of the BBNJ agreement. Okay? Articles 17 to 26, Article 18 shall not include any area within national jurisdiction. So of course it would, because it's a BBNJ agreement, it would necessarily cover areas beyond national jurisdiction. And it shouldn't be used as basis for disputes as regards territory. Article 19, proposals to be submitted by parties individually or collectively. Article 21, consultations and proposal, and the role of the Secretariat and the scientific technical body. Now, this is also very important because the Secretariat would submit the proposal to the scientific and technical body, and the technical body, the STB, would review the proposal and would give recommendations. So it does hold a lot of sway as regards marine protected area proposals. And then decision making, and I think Justice Carpio also discussed this earlier. No? So the conference of the parties will decide as regards the proposal on the establishment of a marine protected area. There has to be a consensus. What if there is no consensus? What if there is a state that made a unilateral declaration saying that there could be no proposals as regards areas in dispute. So if there's no consensus, 2/3 of the majority present in voting to decide would have to vote as regards the lack of consensus. There would have to be a formal acknowledgement that, true, there is no consensus. We did not reach a consensus. And after which, 3/4 majority present in voting would have to vote as regards the establishment of the MPA. So there is a process. And you can see from that process that diplomacy is a prime means for coming up with favorable decisions from the COP. Next slide, please. So, leveraging the CTI-CFF. Remember that I told you to take note of the leadership of Indonesia in coming up with the CTI. So we need leadership when we propose new MPA on the high seas. That leadership mantle could very well be taken on by the Philippines, but there has to be leadership. Somebody would have to push, somebody would have to shepherd the process of submitting a proposal for an MPA. And the question is the Philippines ready for that? Second, experience and good practices of the CTI. They have had many accomplishments under their belt, and right now they are under their regional plan of action 2.0. So it's for the next 10 years until 2030. And note that 2030 is such a pivotal year for the entire world. It's the reckoning of the accomplishment of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's the reckoning of the accomplishment or non-accomplishment of the 30 targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So it's a pivotal year, and it's, 4 years from now? So there we go. So it does have a lot of experience. The CTI has a lot of experience when it comes to science and evidence-based policies and implementation and inclusive engagement with stakeholders. It does have part of its objectives, inclusivity and stakeholder engagement, including with indigenous peoples and local communities. And you can see that also interspersed, engagement with IPLCs is interspersed within the BBNJ agreement. Okay? So BBNJ agreement engagement, that's also a must. And as regards membership of ASEAN member states, then we would have to be able to encourage our ASEAN neighbors to ratify the BBNJ agreement. We looked at the Venn diagram earlier, so there are still a number that are signatories but are not state parties. Understanding the BBNJ agreement. Now, this is so important. It's a long convention. It's quite complex, and it's so important for us to build capacity as regards understanding the BBNJ agreement. It's not just, of course, science and technology figures into the equation. It does figure a lot into the equation, but also legal scholarship is important when you understand the BBNJ agreement. And apart from that, negotiation, diplomacy skills are also very important when we engage in BBNJ. And also important is the translation of scientific knowledge into policies. And so that is part of the capacity building, the capacity development that we would need to push so that we are able to engage meaningfully in discussions. So apart from that, membership in, understanding the BBNJ agreement would also require institutional frameworks. So the Philippines would also have to be ready with its own institutional frameworks within the Philippines to be able to engage meaningfully in BBNJ. I just remember that a couple of weeks ago, I had a panel discussion with my class at the UP College of Law. Attorney Rosette was there because for the final exam, I asked my class to draft a bill that would implement the BBNJ agreement here in the Philippines. And I think we have to start doing that. We have to start coming up with ideas on how to actually implement the BBNJ agreement here in the Philippines for our meaningful engagement with the COP. No? And the institutional framework is so important because it's not just the DNR that would have to be involved in it, but it's a whole of government, whole of community approach that we need to foster when we engage in the BBNJ. And when we have that, when we have developed that capacity, we would also have to think about membership in the institutional mechanisms of the BBNJ agreement itself. It has a number of committees and bodies, and if the Philippines want to be part of the grown-up table talking about a marine protected area or MGR, then it would have to be sitting on the table. So we would have to really engage, and it also relates to engagement in the COP. We would have to be there negotiating, we would have to be present. And it's not just presence of any person we would like to send, but that person would have to have institutional memory, would have to have expertise in negotiations and scholarship and translating science into policies that could be considered by the COP. So, again, diplomacy is so important. That's with other ASEAN member states, the other members of CT6 who, PNG, for example, Papua New Guinea, encourage them to become a member of the BBNJ agreement. And also, you already, if diplomacy is working well, perhaps you already have 6 votes in the COP for the MPA. We also have to think about these numbers as regards votes in the COP. No? If we want to move forward, partnerships, strategic partnerships are important. Thank you, Franz, for this very fruitful partnership with the Philippines. But we also have different partners as well, and these partnerships would have to be able to foster science and technology transfer, capacity development, and whatnot. Advocacy is really important. We have to battle with misinformation, disinformation, and whatnot. We have to be able to come up with clear programs that would help Filipinos and our ASEAN neighbors to understand what is at stake, the common heritage of mankind under the BBNJ agreement. And our efforts would have to be sustained. This is not a one-off deal. This is a process. One of the speakers earlier mentioned that it takes years to come up with even an ASEAN joint statement. So we have to be ready for the long haul because this is not a one-off deal. This is not going to be easy. There will be a lot of challenges. But if we look at it from these different, this multifaceted approach, then perhaps you could be ready to come up with a proposal on a marine protected area in the high seas. Thank you very much.
Please stay on stage. Thank you so much, Dr. Baleva. May I now ask all of our speakers to join Dr. Baleva on stage for our panel discussion. To moderate our panel, please welcome on stage Mr. Ludwig Federigan, non-resident fellow of the Strat-Base Institute. Mr. Federigan, the floor is yours.
There you go. No problem. Sige, ikip nga ba? Pakitulungan. Okay na ba?
Thank you, Mara. Okay. I'll sit on the middle. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ludwig. I am a non-resident fellow of Stratbase. Thank you to our speakers for this particular panel. What an insightful afternoon is this. No? So we're already pressed for time. It's almost 5 o'clock. We'll be asking our speakers for their insights for the following questions that I have prepared for them. So let me start first with our representative from DENR, Mr. John Avellino. My first question to you would be, what 3 concrete actions will the Philippines prioritize under its ASEAN chairship to secure a coordinated ASEAN position and accelerate ratification among member states before COP1?
Thank you. So for DNR, as I mentioned earlier, one of the priorities for our chairship is the adoption of an ASPEN, an ASEAN Strategic Plan on Environment for the ASEAN region. So we hope to incorporate all of the BBNJ agreement, the provisions of the BBNJ agreement in the ASPEN, making sure that all of the ASEAN states are leveled off in terms of understanding and implementing the BBNJ agreement. Aside from that, we're also currently chairing the ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment, which is also happening tomorrow until the next day, wherein all of the initiatives of the ASEAN region when it comes to conservation and protection of coastal and marine resources are being tackled into. One of the sessions that will be able to forward this BBNJ discussion will be tomorrow, where all of the ASEAN member states are free to discuss whatever they want to discuss, or free to bring up any regional partnerships or regional initiatives that they want to bring up. I think those probably are the 2 most tangible ways forward that we can propose. I've mentioned as well existing projects that we have, of course, with the other regional bodies as well. So we are also aiming to take advantage of those regional bodies too.
Thank you, Mr. Avellino. To our friend from the Embassy of Vietnam, Mr. Hai, from Vietnam's recent ratification experience, what political or procedural obstacles should ASEAN expect in rallying member states, and how were they overcome?
Well, I believe that when you put aside all the diplomatic word and fancy wording, it all comes down to how a country perceives this agreement. And for Vietnam, in general, is start with the recognition that it is the opportunity for national development. So from that, we transition to a strong political commitment at the highest level. That's why our top leader recognized that it's a good chance for us to develop. And after that, we got in an early engagement with the BBNJ agreement, and we also asked for the cooperation from all of the agency and ministry from Vietnam to join in. So I think that's why we can have such a fast and maybe timely ratification and signing. And I assume to say difficulty is not a really correct word, but rather how one country could really see the potential and accelerate their commitment to the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move to Attorney Espinilla. My question to you is have something to do with your presentation, of course. Now, how should the BBNJ benefit sharing framework be operationalized? So MGR access or notification and monetary and non-monetary benefits genuinely reach Southeast Asian science and communities.
Great. So I'll speak from a regional perspective, and to do that, I'd like to share something, or rather an initiative that is already being done elsewhere. So in terms of regional effort, probably leading the way would be the Pacific Small Island Development States, or the PSIDs. So in preparation for the implementation of the BBNJ agreement, they are in talks to have regional centers of excellence for pooling effort, scientific expertise, and also shared access to their databases and to their gene banks, or rather plans land gene banks. I emphasize the importance of collective action insofar as this is concerned, because we know as as developing countries, so we don't have a whole lot of capacity. We have expertise, but not enough really to meet the demands of this instrument. So if we are talking about how to maximize benefits, such as attracting technology investment or capacity building effort from developed country funders or international organizations, it would be good to sort of make a case for a collective activity or cooperative action. Partnerships tend to get more interest as well. So if you want to talk practicality, taking a leaf out of what the other regions are doing might be useful for us. Of course, this comes side by side with domestic legal administrative reform, having our own institutions, point persons, etc. But perhaps we should explore the cooperative side a bit more.
Thank you, Attorney Espinilla. I have a question for Attorney Fretti. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
My question goes like this. What gaps in domestic law or enforcement must be addressed immediately to meet BBNJ obligations, and how should ASEAN cooperate on compliance mechanisms?
As I mentioned in my opening statement, we do have existing laws on environmental impact assessments. But these are laws that were issued in the 1970s. So although they might be okay with respect to planned activities within our own jurisdiction, but when you want to really incorporate the provisions of the BBNJ into domestic law, you might need to amend those existing laws. With respect to any regional joint activities, I also mentioned that ASEAN can explore talking under the auspices of the ASEAN Law Forum of having a harmonized framework on the conduct of environmental impact assessment. In case they agree on the conduct of a joint activity in the South China Sea. Because of course, the Philippines, the South China Sea is there's in the middle, it's the high seas, right? Or in any other areas considered ABNJ in the Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Attorney Fretti. I'll go to Dr. Baliva. Okay. If you were advising the Philippine government, what would be the top 3 actions it should take in the next 6 to 12 months?
That's a very good question. It sounds like an exam question. Well, one would be a stock taking of its legal and institutional mechanisms. It's important to understand the lay of the land, or in this case, the lay of the sea, as regards what we already have and what we would need to improve to be able to respond more effectively as regards the requirements and challenges of the BBNJ agreement. That's one. Another is to ensure that we are synergizing with multilateral environmental agreements. The BBNJ agreement does not exist in a vacuum, and there is a lot of experience, there is a lot of good practices that we can already take from our engagement with other multilateral environmental agreements, such as the Convention on Biological Diversity. And if we look at it, all the ASEAN member states are state parties to the CBD as well as the UNFCCC. We are a state party to the Convention on Migratory Species. So there's a lot of technology and science and policy that we can look at, as regards our engagement with the BBNJ agreement. The third is to build capacity, and I mentioned that earlier, build not just scientific and technological capacity, but also legal and institutional capacity. And that's so important that they would have to work together so that we can have a meaningful engagement with the BBNJ agreement. So those are just the top 3 that I would advise, but there would be more.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Baliva. That's for Mr. Avellino to take note. Okay, at this juncture, I wanted to open the floor for questions from the audience. So if you wish to ask any question, please raise your hand, state your name and the organization you're affiliated with. There are two hands at the back. The first person, the one wearing beige, please.
Yeah, thank you so much to the esteemed colleagues in the panels here. I think my question would be for you, Professor Jacqueline, but it can also be answered by the rest of the panels. So, building on the points regarding accountability under BBNJ Treaty, true fairness requires looking closely at who protects and benefits from marine innovation. So from the ASEAN region, how can we structure accountability frameworks so that the monetary benefits that you have mentioned earlier or the monetary negotiations genuinely would drive regional development? When I say development, is that it reflects the development views of those multi-stakeholders such as fisher folks or the scientists or the IPs. So it also, while ensuring that the intellectual property rights of the ASEAN scientists are legally protected against biopiracy. So furthermore, how can negotiators ensure that both high-level IP protections and the frontline perspective of local fisher folks are balanced in the final frameworks? So, yeah, and then another question is that, sorry, I have two questions.
Like 6 questions.
sorry for this. But again, this can be answered by the rest of the panel. So regarding, again, sorry, I think that's it.
Can we answer first the
Yeah,
first
I think
question?
that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. To answer your questions, first, I have to point out that the BBNJ agreement deleted the provision on intellectual property rights at the 11th hour. In the earlier drafts, there were mentions of intellectual property rights, but because it's such a controversial topic, it was removed in the final reckoning, so you will not find it anywhere in the text. But that's not to say that you will not honor IP commitments. Every country does have intellectual property rights commitments. It's just that it's not yet clearly spelled out. Maybe that's something for the COP to decide on at a later date. Next, you talk about accountability mechanisms with respect to the region itself. I'd also like to point out that within the language of the BBNJ agreement, it is very much a developing country-driven instrument. Accountability begins from home. In other words, if you want to say, if a country is to say what developing country assistance they want, it has to come from them. No one will say that. So the accountability means that they have to meet action with their demand. So if they request for this specific kind of assistance, there has to be some way to demonstrate that it is in fact being used for the purpose that it was given. And if you look at the CBTMT, there's a capacity building committee in the BBNJ agreement. They are entitled to monitor subsequent use. So that may be how you will see if there is actually an effective use of the resources that are being given to them. Of course, this is still very much broad strokes language in the treaty. That's still for the COP to decide at a later point in time. Last one, indigenous peoples. I think you mentioned that as well. So I didn't have time to touch on it earlier. But in the Article 14 of the BBNJ agreement, there is mention there. 13. There is mention there of indigenous peoples and local communities. It's very much a part of the spirit of the BBNJ agreement. But what's interesting there is that the way IPs are treated is different from how you treat benefit sharing across other states. Multilateral benefit sharing is the way to go for states, but for IPs, it very much follows the CBD Nagoya Protocol style of bilateral dealings. In other words, IPs are empowered to negotiate with all those who may want their knowledge to determine what would be mutually agreed terms, if they give their free, prior, and informed consent, and so forth. It is not going to go through the clearinghouse mechanism other than to say we have this knowledge. In other words, they're very much empowered under this instrument. Whether or not they can leverage the imbalance, as we know, it's kind of hard sometimes to talk to big, important people and you feel like you're an IP and you maybe somehow there is this power imbalance there. That is for the state to create guardrails to how you will negotiate. So for example, sample contracts or standard terms that would be part of the MATs and so forth. So a lot of things there, but suffice to say, there are some broad strokes protections in the instrument.
Thank you, Attorney Espinilla. The second question from the lady beside the lady who asked the question.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bryn Isaac. I'm from the Philippine International Law of the Sea Academy. So my question is for Attorney Freddy Ganchon and Professor Espinilla. So the operationalization of capacity building and transfer of marine technology is described as the practical bridge for developing nations. But from a legal and enforcement standpoint, what are the primary gaps in Southeast Asia or perhaps in the Philippines? What are the primary gaps in its current capacity to police or monitor EIAs in adjacent high seas? And how can the BBNJ's technology transfer framework be legally enforced to strengthen local marine institutions? Thank you.
Attorney Freddy?
Yes, thank you. So the question is about transfer of technology, right? Yeah, so as I said, with respect to compliance with state obligations under this agreement, including transfer of technology, we do have a committee. It's called the Implementation and Compliance Committee. So if you don't comply with your obligations under the agreement, then your attention will be called by the committee, and if you still don't comply, it will be elevated to the COPS. It's a very general provision on what the Implementation and Compliance Committee can actually do in case a state does not comply with its obligations under the agreement. But of course, it is understood that if a state becomes a state party to an agreement, for example, its obligation includes transfer of marine technology, then it should comply with this obligation provided in the agreement.
Thank you. Attorney Espinilla.
All right, I'll address the other part with respect to compliance and implementation of EIAs and EBMT monitoring. If you look at the way UNCLOS is structured, whenever things are happening in the high seas, of course, it's not that any country would have enforcement jurisdiction there per se, unless it's with respect to their vessels. So we're talking flag state jurisdiction here. So if you have a vessel that actually violates its obligations, its state obligations to conduct an EIA or do some polluting activity there in violation of an existing high seas MPA, it would be for the account of the state to monitor. How would that happen in practice? Very difficult, as you can imagine. The high seas are remote, they're difficult, hard to monitor. The reach of our Coast Guard certainly is not there. That's difficult. Here now, I'd like to direct your attention to how it's done with RFMOs. Regional Fisheries Management Organizations use technologies such as VMS, remote sensing and monitoring, and things like that to determine violations of environmental protections that are part and parcel of their obligations under that RFMO. How that specifically interacts with the BBNJ agreement at this point, can you piggyback off those compliance mechanisms under RFMOs? It's not yet certain, but it is being discussed. So that's one potential way to monitor behavior there. But I fully agree with Attorney Freddy that the BBNJ agreement isn't so much as a sort of a punitive mechanism in case of violation. At best, the Implementation and Compliance Committee will merely talk constructively with the state to see where synergies could be had, where adjustments to behavior could also happen.
Thank you. Anyone from the audience have any question? Yes, Madam.
We have already discussed many different agreements. Maybe there is something in this BBNJ agreement that we should avoid, having had the experience of all these previous agreements and the discussions in their implementation. If we had one of those, what would it be?
Are you addressing it to Attorney?
Anyone. Because I just realized there are so many numbers, so many letters, and so many agreements that we already have come up with and that we have been enforcing. And then BBNJ has a different aspect to it. But if it's new and it's something we have to learn about, and COP is going to be discussing a lot of the new undecided, according to Attorney Jackie, what might be something that we could then tell BBNJ or learn from the others that we've gone through that will be implemented better with the BBNJ?
I'll give the lawyers in the panel the first shot to answer the question. I think they are more attuned to answer anything about quote-unquote agreements. Who would like to take first? Attorney Espinilla or Attorney Fretti?
I can.
Oh, you're also a lawyer? Okay, here, there's another lawyer. Okay. Would you like? Okay,
yeah,
please.
I'll take a stab at this. This is a difficult question. What to avoid? One thing that I noticed throughout the negotiations is there's a tension between science and the law. You want to have a treaty that is regulatory enough to ensure that you are able to maximize and allow benefits to flow to the correct parties, but at the same time, it cannot be so regulatory that you curtail science. Sometimes the strictness of all of these traceability mechanisms, all of these rules about notifications, etc., may cause science, research, development to actually sort of slow down because there's a chilling effect. What if we fail to do this or that? It's such a dense regulatory environment. And we see this as well in the Nagoya Protocol and in the CBD. So it's not that we are going to resist regulation, but we have to work hand in hand with the scientists to see what is practical, what is workable. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Baliva.
Another is we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we have to be innovative as well. So because the issues are new, because we are talking about the high seas and the area, these are new issues for us. But like I said earlier, there's so much we have already learned from our engagement in other multilateral environmental agreements, in our engagement with UNCLOS. We won an arbitral award. So these are things that we can use as we go along with issues concerning the BBNJ agreement. And just to add to what I initially answered, you asked for three. I'll give four. Another is for consultation with Justice Carpio as regards the possibility or the consideration of a protest to be made. And this is time sensitive, and so maybe volunteer na kita, Justice, that maybe there could be consultations as regards a consideration of a protest. But going back to the other question, that's one. And another is really its expertise in negotiations, in diplomacy, and the translation of science into policies. Because sometimes we're speaking in echo chambers and it's difficult for scientists to bring forth science and evidence-based information, and it's difficult to translate that. And so we need to be able to communicate and really translate that into the science into policies that are responsive to the BBNJ agreement.
Thank you, Dr. Baliva.
Sorry, if I may also jump in at the technical point of view, if I may add. One thing that we wanted to avoid on the BBNJ is we didn't want to get caught up with all of the documents or the procedural matters that has to be undertaken before something takes place in the agreement. For one, I think the agreement already has spelled out some of the things in order for us to operationalize the agreement, one of the things of which is the clearinghouse mechanism. Hopefully by COP1, we'll have a prototype as agreed during the last PrepCom. But aside from that, as mentioned, there are already ongoing initiatives when it comes to developing the science in terms of establishing area-based management tools such as MPAs outside of national jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avellino. Any other question? If there is none, please. Please. Please direct your question to the four panelists. I think Attorney Fred is already no longer online.
Yeah, Thank you is for everyone. I'm Dr. Catherine Buenaflor from the Academe and the LGU. So this panel is discussing Philippine leadership in ASEAN and regional cooperation on ocean governance. But Justice Carpio's presentation earlier gave us a stern warning: if we stay silent when someone encroaches on our waters, we lose our rights forever. Right now, our own coastal communities are facing that exact crisis. The recent Supreme Court ruling strips local governments of their zoning control and opens our 15-kilometer municipal waters to heavy commercial fishing fleets. We cannot credibly champion equity and community rights in international high seas treaties if we are actively destroying them on our own shorelines. For everyone, as the Philippines takes the ASEAN chairship, how can we use regional platforms like the Coral Triangle Initiative to protect our municipal waters under the global 30 by 30 conservation agenda? More importantly, how can our country credibly lead ASEAN if we quietly surrender to domestic ruling that strips away the exclusive rights of our own small-scale fisherfolk?
Who would like to answer first?
Like to start
Okay,
answering
Mr.
this.
Avellino.
So for in terms of aligning ourselves with the KMG and how to protect basically our municipal water. So we initiated translating the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework into our own PBSAP, the Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. In terms of identifying where should be our protection is, we've also identified our key biodiversity areas throughout the past 2 years with the help of the Marine Science Institute as well as the other non-government organizations who have helped us determine these KBAs. And this will basically help us strategically pinpoint where are the priority areas to be protected or under other effective area-based conservation measures. So at the scientific standpoint, at least we've laid out where are the areas which needs to be protected under either the NIPAS or the local government. So that's just one of the ideas that I have in terms of protecting our coast from those types of encroachment. Thanks.
Thank you. Any insights from the ladies on this side?
Well, Attorney Rosette mentioned earlier that there are also scientific research areas. No, at least I think there are seven or eight that are. Some have already been established. Some are being established, and that would be, an on the ground. But it's more marine. But it's on the ground way of monitoring and helping our fisher folk and coastal communities. No? Another is the Philippines' leadership in terms of the ASEAN member states is actually very palpable. The Philippines is the host of the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, which has its NMAPS project, has projects on terrestrial and marine ecosystems. And we have our National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, for example, which needs to be empowered so that coastal indigenous peoples could be part of the conversation. So there are many ways that the Philippines is already working on it. And we are not being silent. We have just won an arbitral award against all costs, against all odds, I mean. And so that's something that we need to keep studying. Again, scholarship as regards the legal frameworks, the institutional frameworks, our engagement with other multilateral environmental agreements. The BBNJ agreement, for example, is not a MEAS because it's an implementing agreement under the UNCLOS, which is not a MEAS, but we need to look at these agreements as a whole. Even the BBNJ agreement, you can see there interspersed within the agreement is cooperation with other multilateral environmental agreements. And of course, apart from that, we need to be able to look at our domestic domestic legal and institutional frameworks and strengthen these frameworks as we move towards our own territorial jurisdiction toward the high seas and the area.
Thank you.
Just one quick point.
Please.
Lagot ako kay Doc Rodora kapag hindi ko nabanggit. But we're also developing right now the Marine Spatial Plan framework for the Philippines, together with the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. We've started it with the Department of Energy because of the offshore wind, with our Memorandum of Understanding with DOE. So determining where are the most applicable sites for offshore wind. But in terms of a national framework, we've already started leveling off with the other national government agencies, even involving the Convention on Biological Diversity Secretariat, bringing them in here, providing us a lecture on marine spatial planning. So those are also ongoing with the other national government agencies. Thank you.
I have one more closing question for everyone, but I want your answers to be briefed, as in less than 30 seconds. Right now, we know that Philippines is the chair of ASEAN. What is that specific ask that you want Philippines to deliver? You want to answer?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so regarding the Philippine chairship
Yes.
of ASEAN 2026, coming from another country, which is also Vietnam believe that Philippines is doing a hell of a great job, and I think that the Philippines could make use of the mechanism to add more BBNJ substance related to the meeting, maybe technical, maybe SOM, or even like summit. So you guys, because I think just like your previous presentation, I think we have like 6 or 7 countries also either signatory or already ratifies the agreement. So we could have like a small meeting group and to gather like approval and before we actually head to the COP. But I think for Vietnam, one of the very important thing is the technology transfer. And I also believe it's also a very important thing to the Philippines. So I got the easy one.
Thank you. How about you, Attorney Fretti? Attorney Fretti?
Yeah, I know it's a difficult question because we do have other priorities as ASEAN chair. But on maritime, other countries of ASEAN have not yet become state parties to the BBNJ. So maybe the Philippines can help them a nudge to finally complete their ratification process.
Thank you.
Perhaps the Philippines could continue discussions on the Code of Conduct on the South China Sea. Maybe that's something that could be considered by the Philippines as chair, and also to ensure that biodiversity conservation and sustainable use is mainstreamed in other priorities, because and it's not just marine biodiversity, but biodiversity in general, to mainstream it in other priorities, because we would not have other priorities if you would not have an earth to live in. So.
Thank you. Attorney Espinilla.
Yeah, I struggled with this question for the simple reason that during the BBNJ agreement negotiations, the ASEAN voice as such wasn't really heard, other than very vocal countries like Vietnam, the Philippines, and Indonesia. So that being the position we are coming from, it's sort of hard to say that there will be one deliverable that everybody will back as related to the BBNJ agreement. That's sort of like a very pessimist perspective, but that is really the reality of it. So to attack this question sort of indirectly, one thing that we could do as the ASEAN chair is start conversations on common frameworks, which are sort of related or relevant to the BBNJ agreement implementation. So one concrete one is a common framework for conducting marine scientific research. That in place will already pave the way for cooperative action, for example, joint research in the high seas, in regional waters, and so forth. So it's not exactly BBNJ agreement, but it will be useful for implementing the BBNJ agreement.
Thank you.
I think my answer also backs on Attorney Jackie's input, basically operationalizing the Blue Economy Framework, which has already been established within the ASEAN region, and really pilot testing what are the activities that are outlined in that framework. Thank you.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the panel number 2. Thank you so much to our panelists, and of course, thank you so much to our audience.
Thank you, everyone. Please stay on stage. Attorney Fretti, please keep your camera on for a brief photo opportunity with Professor Manhit and Ambassador Fontanelle. Could we please show Attorney Fretti in the screen, please? No, no. Okay. Sir, see you tomorrow morning. Thank you so much, everyone. All right. Throughout our discussions this afternoon, we have seen that for the Philippines, the BBNJ agreement is above all an ecological imperative. We have explored how the Philippines can translate its domestic commitment into regional leadership as a 2026 ASEAN chair, building a unified voice for Southeast Asia at the upcoming COP1. Echoing what Strat-based President and Professor Dindo Manhit said in his opening remarks, the discussions highlighted that no nation can safeguard its marine biodiversity alone, and that there is a need for whole of society cooperation, including the government, academe, private sector, civil society, and like-minded partners such as France. On behalf of Strat-Based Institute and the French Embassy, thank you for joining us in this Blue Nations initiative. Once again, I am Mara Cepeda, and now we invite everyone to join us for light refreshments outside. Thank you and good afternoon.